All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Welcome to what is it, Friday night. Happy weekend to you. Hope you're doing well and enjoying your adventures. And I'm excited to see what messages come through from Spirit this evening. As always, we will begin by bringing in some beautiful love energy with the singing bowl. And we'll begin by taking a big deep breath, coming back into right now, right here in this moment, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos, and into this moment where love and peace exist. So we'll do that to start off, and then we'll hit the singing bowl 3 times. And we can just allow that beautiful love energy to flow into us, fill up our mind body, our emotional body, our physical bodies, our energetic bodies, and then flow out to the world, allowing it to do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. And we can do our part for our own lives and for our part in the collective of humanity and the planet to just focus on one thing that we're grateful for in the moment. And if we just are sincerely grateful, it puts us in this energy of receiving messages from spirit, raises our love vibration, also turns us into like a magnet to receive what we're grateful for as well. So fun energies. All right. So that is where we'll start. So we'll start by taking a big deep breath in. If you want to join me, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Don't pass out or hurt yourself. Just allow yourself to come back to this moment right here, right now. All right. So we'll start with a big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful. All right. So we'll begin with hitting the singing bowl or continue with hitting the singing bowl. Remember gratitude. I'm not sure how loud this will be, so get ready for volume control. Knock, knock, knock. Someone's knocking upstairs. All right. Spirit's already knocking, wants wanting to come in. We're like, come in. All right, here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. We'll quiet her down. She's singing up a storm this evening. So thank you for joining me in doing that. We'll put her back on her shelf back here. All right. Yeah, and I have the camera a little higher and pointed down, so it's kind of like, "Hi from up there, you guys." Looking down on the oracle table. I just felt today, we'll see how this goes, but I just want people to be able to see kind of the cards as they come out a little bit today. Just felt that way. So, welcome. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm Brother Zen. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. And as we say, that's two things that definitely help this adventure that we're on in humanity. It makes it an easier path instead of a harder one, right? So I do welcome you, and there's always room for more Zen friends. It's a safe space. So, welcome, welcome, welcome. If you want to know how the process works, all the information's down in the description box of the video. Basically, donations get first priority. Free readings are 1 to 2 cards. We dive deeper with the donation. Um, and you also get a fortune cookie with your reading. Tonight, for your first donation, you'll get an inner temple oracle coming in here. It's not so bright there. And then if you make more than one, then the additional ones have these smaller, shorter ones, which are the Mind Info Oracle. Beautiful little rainbow colors going on there. So that is what comes with the donation. And if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom. And in the description box of the video, I have my Venmo, my Cash App, my PayPal, my Square. I don't have set dollar amounts, so whatever you give from your heart is perfect. I know everyone's finances vary. The cost of living is different. The rate of exchange across the world is different. So um, I honor whatever you give from your heart. Um, if you don't give from your heart, you don't get a reading. I'm sorry. No, just kidding. Little punchy. We have a lot of red going on. You guys don't see I have a red light over here too. We got all this red root chakra energy going on today. So I like that energy. We'll see what we have going on here today. What else? What else? I'm on for about 3 hours. If I have enough readings to last that long, sometimes I end up sooner. Sometimes I don't get to all of the free readings, but at 2.5 hours in, if I haven't got to any free readings, I will break off from donations for a little bit, complete about 30 minutes if I have that many free readings to do. And then I go back and finish out donations. I always finish donations same day, even if I have to go take a break and come back and finish them out. I will come back and do that. Um, Blah, blah, yada, yada. At the end of each session, I will post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. I will put timestamps as I'm going throughout the chat, throughout the live stream, but at the end, I will post a pinned comment once we're done. So you can always come back and just click on it. On the timestamp takes you right to your reading. How convenient is that? um, Also, want to let everyone know I have my first episode of my new podcast series called The Easier Path that is out there. Make sure I hit the buttons right here. So here is that first one. If you haven't seen that, you can check that out after your reading today. I also put out a new giveaway drawing. We had one last week. I will have one on, what is it, the 21st, which is the new moon in Libra. And I will also have another one in November on the full moon. I think it's in Taurus. That's coming up. So this is how you get into the drawing for October 21st for a chance of winning a personal recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love. I'll give you the choice for those. If you want more details on all of that, all this stuff is down in the description box of the video too. And then I also have a sale going on my personal recorded readings. My 15-minute is 777 and my 30-minute is 1515. So if you're interested in all that, again, it's all down below. I just like to make sure you guys are aware of any drawings and any new free stuff like my podcast or specials as well. So there you go. Just information, never an expectation. Boom, boom. All right. So let me say hi to everybody before we get started here. So we got Livier in the house. Hello, hello, Livier. And Deb, hello. Thank you so much for sharing my podcast with a couple of individuals. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Rocky's World is in the house. Hello, Rocky. And then we also have Ashish and Brenda and Ateshi as well. So welcome everybody. And if you haven't said anything in the chat, you're kind of hanging out in the shadows. Hello to you too. I know sometimes I'll go and watch something and not participate in all the chat and chat, but I want to let you know I appreciate all of you. And thank you so much for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami. So thank you guys for doing that as well. All right. So let us grab here. Let me check my emails. Okay, very good. And let me just grab the donations we have. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see. Is there an undo? Oh, good. Praise baby Jesus for undo button. There we go. I like it. All right. So we've got those. And let's see here. Let me just take a look here. And okay, I think that is it. I think we are good. We'll grab this here too. So I have it. And all right, we are good. I didn't share with you. I'm going to use this tarot deck tonight. It's the Story Teller Tarot. I just felt really drawn to this ancient type of feeling energy today. It just feels maybe that's the red and the root, getting into the root energies. Just feels like that type of what's going on in the world kind of stuff, if that makes sense. So let us shuffle up and we'll get into the readings. Thank you guys again so much for being here. I really appreciate you. I'm so grateful. All right, so let us begin. We'll start by taking a sip of coffee. So cheers, everybody. I can see the no button. No. The first one's kind of politer. It gets more aggressive as we hit it throughout the session. So, all right, let's get started here. So, Rocky's World, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Cheers. All right. And there is your timestamp. And thank you for your donation. Let me give that a love and a like since it lets me here. And your question is the universe preventing you from going to this Halloween party in LA with your friends and instead wants you to go separately from them. It's a party commemorating your beloved Michael J. Oh, Buddha Buddha Boo, Michael J. Let's take a look here. See what we got going on here. So, are you being prevented? It's like the universe, they would only prevent us from doing something if our higher self has asked them, or it's something fated that we said before we came down here, because we're the rulers of our fate and our adventure, it's like a grandparent taking us to a playground. They're like, yeah, I don't want you to go on, you didn't want to go flying off the slide and end up face planted in a bunch of mud. So you wanted to be delayed until it dried to ride the slide. So we will prevent you from riding that for you because you asked us. I do not want to have a muddy face plant and be all full of mud. I want to be able to slide the slide without, ending up, you know, um, face planted. And you're like, all right, so we will make that happen. We'll put that into place for you because you asked, right? So, you understand what I'm saying. So we'll ask them here, is there a reason why you're kind of feeling this way? And let's look at energy if you go with your friends and if you don't go with your friends and you go separately, what the energy of both is, and then you can decide what you're wanting, because they'll, from their standpoint, there's no right or wrong, good or bad. They don't care, mud or not. They're like, that's an adventure. They don't look at it as, you know, um, a bad thing or as a good thing. They just look at it as different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. But they will tell us based on our current energy, if we go with our friends, how is that going to end up? If I go separately, how does that end up? One of the more recent things they said is they compared it to like ice cream. And we ask them, what kind of ice cream should I have? And they're like, well, what are you wanting? What are you hungry for? What tastes are you wanting to experience? And that's why they show us it's like at Baskin Robbins here in the United States, they'll give you a little wooden spoon and they'll give you, "Here, try this. Here, try this. Here, try this." And then you get to decide, "Well, yeah, I don't want oh, yeah, this one. This is what I want. 3 scoops of. Fill it up," and that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna tell you the taste of each decision, and then you can decide what you're in the mood for. So I love that. Alright, so let's take a look here. If you go with your friends, to this party, what kind of energy would you experience? Okay, so we got this one, so you can kind of see cards over here. Try to put them a little where you guys can see them. What else? Okay, which leads to that one, that one. All right. And then, yeah, they want to just do it separate. And then if you go separately, what kind of energies do you have? And I do feel like this one and this one's in the middle. We'll see what that one's about here in a sec. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Hearts. So, Queen, would probably be the Queen of Cups. Very intuitive. Follow your intuition. And I feel like this isn't specifically just for whether you go with your friends or go separately, but along the way, trust your gut and trust your instinct because you are going to be getting messages and nudges to help it be a smoother path instead of a bumpy path in going there. So that's the bottom of the deck. So that's the overall energy for whatever is going on in this trip. Trust your gut and trust your instinct. Um, don't second guess yourself. Just go, I want to do this. Or, no, I'm getting like a barrier up. I'm going to trust that and do that. So if you go with your friends, the kind of energy you get is the 6 of Hearts. Interesting energy there because this is like um someone from the past coming back because this isn't past life energy. This feels like childlikeness. Um and I feel like There is I feel like this is more so over all of your energy overall, you guys kinda get little silly when you guys get together, but there's one person that acts childish, not childlike. You guys act childlike when you're together, but because you get giddy and fun but there's someone that gets childish, and that, you would get to experience that, and I feel like you know who that is, and you're like, "Yeah, what if I get sat next to them where I have to, do all this, right?" Um, so I like that. Um, what else? You do have, yeah, the 5 of spikes. So there's a bit of conflict here, and that makes sense because I feel like there's a little bit of drama among the friends, because I feel like you're very patient with each of their yeah, babysitter emotions. Exactly, right? And it's like, I give a lot of people a lot of grace to be themselves, and I don't take things as personally, but there's I feel like there's 2 people in your friends group that are just like, one waiting for the other person just to act up, and then they just, they don't take anything from them, and so, "Oh, oh, oh, it's gotta be your friend, honey." So, Honey and Trish. So, it's like, okay, I get all that. But also you have the King of Coins. There's a lot of abundance and a lot of fullness there. Um, and if you kind of approach here like I'm not responsible for anyone else's happiness and people getting along together. I'm just going to take responsibility for my relationship with each individual person. And I'm not getting in between any of their cockapoo doo doo, cat fighting. You're like, um, just, I'm going to choose to enjoy myself. And then you'll have a much better time with that situation. But I feel like that's the big thing is like, yeah, they're going to be, conflicting. And if they're like, well, I don't want to sit with them. Um, oh, that's funny. That's great because I was just about to talk about like an airline. Like if you all were flying on the same flight and you guys were going to have to, if those two were going to sit by one another, you would, you know, um, sacrifice and go, let's switch seats. I will sit here, you sit over there. It's just better for everyone. But I love that the flight was canceled twice and you ended up being spared in a way, right? So interesting. Let's see what else we have here. So if you do go separately, the kind of energy you have, yeah, Four of Wands, joy, happy celebration. Like, I think we answered the question already, right? You're like, yeah. And you have the Nine of Scepters, the Nine of Wands with the Two of Spikes. That's the Two of Swords. So this is I get to determine the story. And I like this because it feels like less restrictive. If you go separately, you get to create your own story. You don't feel obligated. You don't feel like, well, I have to let them influence my story. I get to experience my own story with here. So, yeah, right. You're like, thank you, universe. I didn't have to tell him, no, I'd rather not travel with you. You know, I like that. And then the middle energy here, you have the Knight of Coins. Yeah, just enjoy the journey, enjoy the process. Because the Knight of Coins is about the quest for seeing your self worth in a different way. And I like this independence energy coming in here. Either way, you grow because you either grow by choosing yourself and nurturing yourself instead of, you know, again, feeling like you are being defined by all of their actions or non actions, their words or their silence or whatever they're doing. You don't feel as influenced by it when you're separate. But if you go there, all this stuff is in your face, like giving you the opportunity to put that into practice. But, it's like there's a difference of learning on the job and learning by trial and error, right? Versus observing from a distance and learning from other people's mistakes, you know, or their challenges, because nothing's really a mistake. It's all for us. But you're like, well, look, they went down the slide and their face planted in the thing. I'm not going to go on that slide until it's dry out. I learned. I didn't have to go through it. I watched it, and you're like, yeah, don't do this when that happens. So I like that um, for you there. So hopefully that gives you information. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here from the Inner Temple Oracle. See what else they want to give you here. All right, let's shuffle these up. They're being very resistant. Stuck energy. There we go. Flow, flow, flow. Just needed to activate them. All right, let's see what we got here. There we go. And you've got the Beauty Way. Yeah, all that mirroring, right? We get to learn from reflection between different people here. So let's take a look here. Let's see, that must be back here. Let me just. These are. All right, let me look up in the. I did this last night. These are in separate sections. They don't have numbers on them, so I just have to find out which section it is in here. The Beauty Way, and I think they have it under T, now that I'm thinking about it. Yep, there it is. So beauty is about much more than appearance and aesthetics. Beauty always has a deeper purpose, and it doesn't try to be anything other than what it is, which is why it takes our breath away. Life is beautiful, but it isn't pretty. Beauty is very different from pretty. Pretty is perfect, but it's static, fixed, paper thin. It holds no substance. It has no depth, and it's not really alive. Pretty never lasts, but beauty is timeless. Beauty holds the essence of life, capital L life. It contains within it the great mystery. Birth and death are beautiful. Love is beautiful. I love that because this is commemorating Michael J, right? Friendship is beautiful. Growth is beautiful. All things that are beautiful have a tension within them. Perhaps it's this tension that makes them beautiful, for we appreciate how much of a blessing and a miracle they are when we witness them in their fleeting state, in that never to be seen again moment. Babies are beautiful, flowers are beautiful, the ocean is beautiful, life is beautiful, you're beautiful. Wow, I love that. Beauty transforms the beholder through its brutal honesty. It activates the breath of life as we exhale in awe, and this brings us into the present moment. If you open your eyes, you'll see that this world is made up of such beauty. And if you do your best to acknowledge it when you can, you'll be brought instantly into the present moment. You'll be inspired to embrace your true nature and sacred purpose. For it's the fact that all things change that makes them all the more beautiful in each moment. And this card is a reminder to seek the beauty of this world and your life, and in turn, to create beauty wherever you go. Your inner temple activation says, I open my heart to see the beauty that's all around me. Wow. I love that because it says friendships are beautiful, right? Death and life are beautiful. And you can see the beauty within your friends, all the individual tension that's there, but also within yourself and within the death and life energy that you guys will be experiencing as well. So I love that for you. That's what they have for you, my friend. So many blessings to you. Hopefully that resonates. All right. So we will continue on here. Let me just say hello to anyone else that has popped in here since I was doing the reading here. We got Butterfly A. Hello, hello. Cat Goddess. Hello, my friend. And Crescent Moon just popped in. Hello. Good to see you. All right. So, Deb, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp. There you go. Oops, did I do it? Yeah, there it went. It happened so quick, I didn't even think it did it. So, thank you for your rainbow sticker and your donation. And you like an oracle. All right. So we'll give you an oracle from the inner temple. Oops, there's all these cards come flying around here. And then we'll also give you one of the other fortune cookies since your main reading is an oracle. We'll give you one of those other ones too. All right. So let's see what we got going on here. Good to see you too. Hope you're having a blast. I hear you guys are going to get some rain in the East Coast coming up. Some monsoon tropical weather. If I was watching the right, it's going to be in a few days, I think. I think it's more the lower East Coast, but you guys might have a chance. All right, let's see here. Oh, there we go. See what they have for you today. You've got the holiest temple. Ooh, look at that beautiful card. Looks like they're dancing in the holiest temple. Oops, is that it? No. I should just go back and look in the table of contents until I learn this deck better. Did I just go right by it? Oh, yeah, there it is. All right. So the holiest temple, it says the body is the destination and the pathway home to everything we seek. There's no greater power and no deeper wisdom than that which exists within. Your body has an intelligence beyond what you could possibly imagine. It's always talking to you, sometimes singing, other times screaming. It's through the body that our soul and the divine can speak. Your intuitive senses are forever delivering information to guide you every moment of every day. What's your body wanting you to know today? What does it have to say? How can you call your soul to you more fully? So many of us were taught to dismiss the body or to see the body as something other than sacred. This is one of the worst crimes there is, for there's no greater companion for the soul than the physical body, and no more sacred a vessel than it. This card is an invitation to move your body and to cherish it, to prioritize its needs above all else, to honor it, to shower gratitude upon it. Yes, the body is the destination, not just the vehicle. It will show you how to process and how to heal. Through the body, you'll be able to experience it all, the highs and the lows, the salty and the sweet, the ecstasy and the agony. When we're disconnected from the body, we're disconnected from the sacred and the soul. Your body knows how to move through all that life throws at you. So dance, run, walk, shake. Whatever you do, your body knows what you need, and it will show you the way through everything and anything if you let it. Your soul inquiry question is, how are you being called to move your body today? Ooh, interesting. You're having a blast, getting ready for the company, and yes, a nor'eastern blowing in. You get one every October. How fun. Your body is tighter night. I was gonna say, what is your body telling you? Rest. More dancing and gratitude for your body. Yeah, I love that. I love that. Beautiful. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let's see what other message that they have here. I love that with all the challenges we have for our bodies. They're always communicating with us, always telling us, right? All right. There we go. So you have here, yeah, change. Says you're being asked to change a part of yourself that no longer feels like the person you've become or are becoming. Change isn't always easy, but letting go of this outdated part of yourself will allow you to align with your true self. Ooh, some interesting, fun energies there, my friend. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So enjoy, enjoy. Yeah, I wonder. I know you guys get stuff that blows in from the north. This, what I'm remembering, just so you guys are aware, there's like this um, storm that's coming up, but it's coming up from the south and it's coming up along the coast, and it's like the coastal people can, and I feel like they said like more North and South Carolina are going to get like 90 mile an hour winds or something. But so if that's the northeasterner or whatever, this feels like a southeasterner. So I'm excited. We're getting some cold weather here in Colorado, cooler weather. It's like going to get down into 40 something for the low in a couple days or next week. So I'm excited. All right. So many blessings, my friend. Thank you again for your donation. Greatly appreciate that. All right. And we had some more people come in here. We got Just Janelle. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Teresa Horton. Hello, hello. Good to see you guys. All right. So Crescent Moon, let's grab your timestamp here. Thank you for your donation. And we'll put that down here. There we go. Boom, boom. And let's give that a love and a like since it lets me hear. Hey, Kathleen, welcome, welcome. So if you hear our little black lab up, she's not little. She's greeting a visitor upstairs. All right. So, Crescent Moon, thank you so much for that. I am doing well. I hope you're doing well. You're here for the lovely tea reads. I love it. An energy check on the ADD Sagittarius for tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. As always, do what you do best. You're so funny. Dive deep. I love it. It's like one of my Zen friends. I don't think it's you that calls me the third eye, private eye. Here we go. Psht. It's finally cold there, Kathleen. Oh, in Chicago. I went to Chicago 1 year in February with a friend of mine because we were thinking about moving there. It was actually my last relationship, and I loved it riding the L, right? The train, and then they had a great bus system. You didn't even need a rental car. You could go over town via the train and the buses, and I love seeing the lake, but it was pelting. I think it was like 5 degrees, and it was, sleeting, and I loved it. I just didn't have the energy drawing me there because I think I would love Chicago. Uh, Your third eye, private eye? Alright. Sorry, I went off into a memories. Alright, so let's take a look here, Crescent Moon. Let's get into the energy and cheers. They'll give you a cheers of some coffee/tea. So let's take a look here. So for tomorrow, whoa, okay, thank you. You get to see those came out for tomorrow. And then we've got Sunday. That's right. Tomorrow is Saturday, right? And then, so that was Sunday. And then we've got Monday. Let's see here. Let's do like this. Well, no, I want you to still see them. So we'll do Saturday, Sunday, and then here's Monday. Okay. And then the rest of the week. So we've got here Tuesday. All right. There's Wednesday, then Thursday. Got 2 for Thursday. And then these 2 for Friday, right? Friday. Okay. Wow, interesting. Yeah. The bottom of the deck, wee. This little piggy is going to market with the 9 of coins, the 9 of pentacles. I tell you, I'm in a weird mood today. I don't know what it is. I feel a bit giddy suddenly, but maybe this is the ADD Sag energy. But very much to themselves, independent feeling, pulled back to themselves this week. It feels like over this period of time being the underlying energy, really kind of in this hermiting. Um, it doesn't feel like recovery. It feels more like I got I have to say this, so hopefully no one gets offended. I got shit to do. This is what they're saying. It's like that's the phrase out of their mouths. I've got shit to do. That's going on. So um I like this energy. They're very withdrawn and focused, which is amazing with ADD. I feel like that's what they're doing. They're like, I've got to keep on focus. They got so much. I feel like they got so much going on that they're like, I'm in crunch time. I've got to do what I need to do to focus. If I have to take extra of my Adderall or whatever I have for my ADD, I got to take extra because or up my dosage because I gotta focus. That's interesting. All right, so let's see what's going on here. We got tomorrow for Saturday. We do have the Page of Scepters, Page of Wands. Yeah, action, action, go, 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 move energy. The King of Spikes. Yeah, the King of the Mind, the Master of the Mind. Really, with the King because all the kings get a second portion of swords, so they're not just the ruler with the queen over the swords, they're the master. So really, they have these intentions. I'm going to have to do this and this and this and this. Really good intentions. And then the 7 of pentacles, the 7 of coins. Slow moving. Best intentions tomorrow. A lot of work, but a lot of derailments, um, which is interesting. We ran to the grocery store earlier before going live, and my host is a Sagittarius with ADD, which is funny because I can relate with the energies. Um, and she knows herself very well, and we'll be there, and we have the list. She's learned to write a list down, and I'm so proud of her. So she goes off of her list, and then she starts going, "Oh, that's interesting, this that they have these kind of things," and I'm like, "Focus, focus." And she's, "Oh, that's right. I'm starting to squirrel," is what she calls it. And that's what I feel like they're doing. They're like, and they drift off and they're like, "Oh gosh, let me get rid of my side." My host, she calls them side, what does she call them? Side adventures. She's like, "Let me come back to what I was doing." Um, and I feel like that's what he's doing tomorrow. It's very slow moving energy. Um, Great intentions, a lot of energy behind. I'm going to wake up and I'm going to go, and I'm going to get this stuff done. And then, okay, I'll come back here. I'm going to get this stuff done. I feel like they're making progress. It's just they keep on having to come back. That's interesting. So tomorrow feels like, okay, my day is full on tasking kind of energy. Sunday, they got the Knight of Coins, another slow moving energy like the Seven of Pentacles. So, slowest moving knight out of them all, and the Moon card. Interesting moon energy here. Um, why does it feel emotional for him on Sunday? Feel like they did so much on Saturday. Just feels like, I mean, I feel like this werewolf, or this wolf howling at the moon energy, but it feels emotional. It just feels like there's something about Sunday that's deeply emotional. I don't know. I kind of feel like the date tomorrow is like maybe the birthday or a significant date around someone that they've lost in their life, either through death or through them leaving as well. Um, but it feels like that's their battle. That's what kind of slows things down, is because they come across something that reminds them and they're like, "Oh, that's right, today's the anniversary of their passing, or, you know, their birth date or an anniversary of some kind." It just feels like tomorrow feels like very heavy emotionally. That's what kind of just weighs it down. They're still determined, but it's like walking through mud on Sunday, but a very emotional day. Monday, we go into the Three of Coins and the Wheel of Fortune. I like it. A lot of action, a lot of movement, a lot of feeling of victory. The Three of Pentacles here, it is a creation energy, and I feel um, I feel like I did a lot of work over the weekend preparing for Monday to be where I could. It's like I'm putting all the pieces together that I can, that will all fit together on Monday. So I'm doing a lot of the pre-work, a lot of the groundwork, and I feel like it's all about work. And then Monday's just boom, boom, boom. I'm putting everything together, and I'm really able to accomplish a lot very quickly. So Monday feels like very uh, fulfilling in that I got a lot of shit done today. And they're grateful, based on this is all based on their current energies, that they will feel this uh, sense of getting a lot of stuff off their list, and not all this pressure. Tuesday, got three cards for Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. Yeah, the Sun card, another beautiful, abundant card, like the Wheel of Fortune. And let's see here, and another Leo. So two Leo energies. We got both the Strength and the Sun energy coming in here, and the Queen of Coins. and the Queen of Pentacles. So, wow, Tuesday feels like Monday felt like, wow, I got a lot done. Tuesday feels like a abundance with a capital A, capital bun, capital dance. It's a bun dance. They're shaking their booty. Is that why they get a booty dance? It's a bun dance? That's funny. Their spirit guides are so, hilarious and nerdy at the same time, but I like that. They feel like there's this fullness, and I feel like they're getting recognition on Tuesday for everything that they've done. So they get the reward for all the work they've done. Monday feels like self gratification. Well, that's not bad. Self satisfaction, I guess. And then Tuesday feels like, wow, abundance, and they're being recognized for it too. They're seeing the fruit of their labor on there as well. So I like this energy. Wednesday comes around, and then we three of spikes, expectations equal disappointment. You knew it was coming. Like, oh my gosh, what goes up must come down, right? We can't live at forever, but Wednesday feels like a letdown. It's like after feeling so productive on Saturday and feeling, productive and emotional on Sunday, but feeling all this Monday, all this Tuesday, Wednesday, it kind of feels like I'm exhausted, one, but also it's just like it feels empty again. And that's where this energy is coming in, because when we expect the outside world, either relationships or situations like job or physical things, like our possessions and our bodies, when we expect those things to bring us fulfillment, we do feel disappointed because what we're looking for is in here, not out here. But they just went and did all the stuff they thought they were going to feel this fulfillment, and it was a temporary feel, and then it drops on Wednesday. This feels all work related and physical world, not relationship related to anyone or anything. This feels very focused on the list, getting these accomplishments and getting these things done. Thursday, we've got the three of scepters, the three of wands, and the nine of hearts. Interesting energy. Let me just show you these here, because the nine of hearts is like an emotional dream come true energy, but the three of wands is hmm a change of direction. And it does feel like this Thursday, I mean this Wednesday disappointment of the things of the outside world has them kind of thinking differently about what their dream come true is. Because I feel like they're going, and I feel like they make decisions very quickly and determinations very quickly. Like, wow, that doesn't fulfill me. Well, maybe I need to go a different direction. Then let me try this. Pshung, and it's like, whoop, there they go. And that's part of being a part of ADD as well. A lot of great ideas that they'll buy a bunch of stuff for and then not do it. And then they'll move on to the next thing. And before you know it, you have a whole room full of all these things you were planning on doing that was inspirational, but you never do it. And so there is that, you know, awareness of how they work there. And that's the beauty. I've actually, I think I'm almost, what was today, October 10th? I think it's the last week of October. I'll been here living in her basement for 4 years. And part of our adventure, you learn to live together. She learned to live with my Aquarius sun, Capricorn rising, all my moon energy. Uh, and and then we learned just to how to interact with each other. And it's always been very easy, which I'm so grateful and blessed. But one of the things I realized is because I'm my Capricorn task master, if they were like, you know what I like to do with the art is this and this and this, and immediately I'm going, all right, well, we'll need to do this and this and this and this and this. But the next day, it's not exciting anymore. And so I've learned, and this is maybe something they're sharing that you can learn, is just because there's this idea and they're excited about it today, give it a week. And then, we don't need to take action and put plans together. Like, wow, what a great idea. That sounds very interesting. Oh, how fun. You celebrate with them in the adventure. And then sometimes they do want it to come through. And then we, if it lasts longer than a week or two, then we can, it can happen. But it's all about suddenness, kind of energy and being able to go with that flow. Cause I'm much a very structured person with my Aquarius and Capricorn influences. So I don't like sudden things. No, plan. I want a couple days notice and then I'll do that. But I've learned to be more flexible and take a breath and go, all right, it's okay. It's okay that it's a sudden thing that we want to do, and just take a breath, calm your jets, and then go forward. So maybe this helps. This is all information for you for the future. But I feel like this Thursday is a change of, maybe I want to do this. And they're going to be looking into a different kind of adventure. And then Friday, we come in Page of Spikes, seeking clarity. Yep. And then the Mage, which is the magician. So it does feel like Friday, whatever this new direction is, they're researching it and they're starting to take action toward it. So there is some change, but this feels like all about work related. It feels like that's the focus of their energy right now is work, 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 work. I've got to, do this working energy. So it just feels like that is like where they're at a lot here. Um, it's like they're trying to be so focused in what is my dream and let that come through. Because even on the bottom of the deck, we've got the star card, which is the other dream come true energy. What is my dream? What do I think will fulfill me? Well, that didn't. Well, maybe this will. Maybe that will. Maybe this will. And I feel like there is on Friday, it feels like they're taking action, they're seeking clarity. And so there's some movement on Friday. Interesting. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. See what else they want you to know about this Sag. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it just feels like, but wow, I feel like they procrastinated where they're in crunch time now. So they're just like, you know, but that's where they thrive too. They've learned to thrive in it because that's been their life. Distractions until, oh my God, I have to get this done in 2 hours. Yeah, I love it. We've got the machine and the opposite, the mystic, but the machine came up here. And this is what will fulfill them, but this is what they're focused on is the machine. Um, and this is an interesting card. I'd actually just read this earlier because I pulled a card for myself. I got the Mystic, Bread Zen Mystic Tarot is what I used to call myself. So let's take a look here. So the machine is unsustainable ways, soulless, greed, parched, external validation, reaching, exhaustion, pushing, churn and burn, meaninglessness, paper thin, hungry for more, controlling, and a feeling of shallowness, which is why they feel unfulfilled. So the mystic is dedicated to having a direct and intimate relationship with the sacred. Mystics are the artists, the poets, the visionaries, and the dreamers. The world needs more mystics right now to create and make new myths for humanity. The mystic prioritizes the soul, while the machine lacks soul. The mystic creates, the machine produces. Anyone can produce pretty much anything if they try, yet no one can create quite like you. If the mystic is right way up, it would be an acknowledgement. Well, it wasn't, so we won't do that. If the machine is right side up, Consider whether you've been putting too much emphasis on the external for guidance rather than the internal, and that's where they're at. Our modern society tends to capitalize on what's well received, but we must be careful not to dampen the creative spark that made it possible. And I like that creativity, that Three of Pentacles they got. And so they felt like they were building something, they were in this height, but then they went into producing after that. That's where they went down. When we use our creativity for a controlled outcome, we can easily lose the magic and turn into producing, not creating. Producing starves the soul. It turns the mystic into a machine. And this is the challenge for the artist, for the mystic, to create, not produce. That's where the change is happening. I feel like the movement is with work. I did feel a little bit of, that they're trying to think because you go from there's three buckets that we're told will fulfill us, right? Work, education, situations that we can get into, money, our possessions, our bodies, and then relationships. I feel like they've been focusing on work, 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 work. And I don't feel like I feel like they're considering what of these two buckets then if this isn't making me feel the way it said it was supposed to, then is it relationships, or things that I need more of, and what journey? So I feel like they are looking at what else can I do from work. Maybe there's something I'm missing to make that consistently fulfilling. What did I do to lose that feeling? But they're also like I feel like that's the main thing, but I feel like a little piece of themselves is thinking relationships or do I need to do something physically? Is there something wrong with me physically, or do I just need more stuff? What is going to make me feel like I'm getting like a fulfillment kind of energy? So you never know. If suddenly you get contacted on Friday, then they delved into the relationship. But I feel it's more likely that they're just focused in on work, 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 and then I feel like they would go more towards buying and purchasing things instead of relationship because I don't feel like they have enough energy. Because for them, a relationship feels like a lot of emotional and and physical and mental energy investment. Whereas if I go buy something, I'll feel good for a little bit. That's funny. All right. So that's what they have for you, Crescent Moon. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Many blessings to you. Appreciate your donation. Interesting, right? All right. Let's see. Anyone else that come in here? Nope. All right. So then, Kathleen Hughes, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Thank you again for your donation. And we'll give that a love and a like here. So you want to know, are you getting close to the financial windfall that you're trying to manifest? You've taken time to do healing, subliminals, and have taken your advice. Oh, thank you. I'm glad, Spirit's advice definitely can help here. So let me catch up on here too. Yes, it's finally cold in Chicago instead of humid. I know it can get humid there too, right? You live next to the train station. Do you get the Oh, Aquarius rising here? All right, I get it. And a Taurus sun. Oh, beautiful. And a Scorpio moon. Wow. My brother's a Taurus sun. But wow, Scorpio moon. So I'm a Pisces moon. So I get the water moon energy. Those are fun, right? So I love that. Hey, Simran. Yeah, you can ask a question. Sure. Um, for a free reading, you just put your question out there. Donations do get priority. And then when I get to free readings, I do start at the top and work my way down on those. So if you want to Make sure I get to you this evening. A donation of any kind will get you that. We dive deeper into those as well. You do hear the train. It's Susie, right? Full blown urban here. Eventually want to relocate. Wow. So you want to go like into the heart of city life, huh? Very cool. Yeah, if you want to make a donation, Simran, you can use Super Chat or in the description box of the video. I do have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. So whatever you would like to do, but it's all down in the description box if you want to check it there. All right. So Kathleen, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, there's no set amounts. All that information's in the description box if you want to check that out. Tells about how the whole process works. Yeah, we're all a soup, right? Um, and we're all evolving. Um, when I was not connected to my heart and to the spirituality, which I have a stellium and Pisces and a lot of water in my chart too, including my moon and my Mercury and my Venus. My most of my inner planets are Pisces, which takes me back to my heart. But in the beginning, I was not such a nice person either. But we're all soup. We're all soup, right? Aquarius, our sun energy is you know, um, our big, it's like um, the base of the soup, right? And then all the other stuff are the stuff that's are added in to change the flavor. So we're all different flavors. Even though we have some tendencies that are the same with our sun, we have a lot of that as well. He has a Pisces Venus. Wow. I mean, the Pisces, and you're a Taurus Venus. Oh, wow. Yeah. So you're ruler of Taurus. Yeah. So you're a big lover. You like love, and romance, right? In the senses. You like feeling love on all levels. I like that. All right. So let's dive in here about your financial windfall. That makes sense with your Taurus energy. Very much connected to worth and abundance and the senses, the five senses too. So I like that. Yeah, my brother's a May 3rd Taurus, so the spicy Taurus. That's funny. Spicy. All right, let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, where are we at on the financial windfall? Thank you. Let's see. They do want this one and they do want this one. Not those. They do want this one and these two like that. All right. That's what we got here. One, two, two, one, one. But these feel like these are together but separate. So there is a bit of a progression. Your ex-husband is May 3rd. Oh, wow. Wait, Kathleen? No, I'm just kidding. Stickler for routine. Yeah. My brother's he's retired military. Talk about a desire for routine, right? So let's take a look here. And you even have the two of coins on the bottom, the two of pentacles. So I feel like you're progressing toward it here. We'll see what else they want you to know here. But it feels like because it's one, of course, normally it's one, two, three, four, five, but it's like one, two, two, two. There's something that's keeping you from this huge windfall. And it's always divine timing and perfect timing because it feels divine, like things are going slow on purpose because it's allowing for something. Let's see what that is here. Um, yeah, we've got the hermit starting off here. Yeah, there is this time of stepping back and connecting higher. It feels like here there's so much to be learned in the process of waiting. And that is coming to that place of gratitude, right? Um, because when I come back to like right here, right now, and it's like you're gonna go sitting. Oh yeah, right. You're like, woohoo. But there's this energy about trusting that I have everything I need in this moment right here, right now. And that's a big piece of all the stuff you've been talking about, right? You've been looking into that, anything that, around my worth from my inner child, my energy of focusing on gratitude, not on want or need, um, or expectations, because that energy, of course, is what um, is lack energy, and it draws us and asks more for lack, right? So I feel like there's a little bit of this energy of stepping back and realizing that all the stuff in the outside world and all that, it just is. But it doesn't, whether I have or don't have anything from the outside world, I've got everything I need inside of me because I've got, the universe that loves me. There's like this energy that's coming in here, this. Um, Sitting in that place. Let's see what else they have here. You got the 6 of coins and the full card. So I like this. This is acknowledgement that you have been looking here and releasing expectations around your beliefs. The 6 of pentacles with the full card. It does tell me that because the 6 of pentacles is my overgiver awareness, which points us to our out of balance. uh, when I was talking about the stuff, um, that's below the surface, that stuff we learned when we were 7 years and younger, like what I feel I have to give in order to receive. Consciously, I might be like, I deserve equal 1 to 1, but subconsciously, if we haven't brought that old, um, especially from 7 years old and younger, our emotional inner child, and have talked to them about, you know, this what's the fair give and receive of 1 to 1, because they think it's 1,000 to 1. I got to give 1,000 abundance coins to get one back, and we've only given 777. We still have 200 and what 33 to go, right? and and our inner child is the one that has the force fields that keeps abundance and things away. So it feels like you've done work in there, but definitely there might be something that's kind of slowing down still. Like maybe they're not convinced. Maybe there's some release from people of the past, um, that you felt you had to give so much to and got hardly anything back from them. It's like that inner child goes, no, no, we don't deserve that yet because we haven't given enough. So there might be something to look at there. It does feel like you've been working on that. It just feels like there might be something in there. I don't know if we've talked about a book called Tapping into Wealth by Margaret Lynch, Lynch, because she talks about tapping, and she takes us through all these tapping exercises. Because it was in that book that I connect with my inner child, and with some of the questions she asked, I realized that there was some still, I did a ton of shadow work and transformation of things, but they brought me back to a Easter egg hunt. When I was like 4 or, 5 years old at a Easter egg hunt, and I had my basket was full and overflowing, and my dad saw a lot of the other children, theirs were almost empty because I found all the eggs because I was a private eye. I was able to I was the master of the Easter egg hunt, and he took eggs from my basket. He took, like, half of mine, hid them again so other kids could go find them. But, I understand as an adult, yeah, that seems like, I didn't need all those eggs and he wanted to give a chance, but I don't remember him saying, "Wow, look at you. You are an excellent person." let's, you did so well. How about we go hide some more for other kids and watch them find them, because you're the master of the Easter egg. No, I don't remember that. I just remember the message my emotional inner child got was, you don't deserve all these. Let's put them back for other people. Um, it felt like punishment instead of praise, right? And there could be something like that that's down within there, that can, like, I didn't remember that, and who would have thought that that was what my inner child would have did it, but that's what 7 years old and younger, they're not, our brain develops between 7 and 14. We just know we feel emotions, and then we, create a belief around it. We haven't had time to analyze it and go, "Oh, that I get it," it just, you feel what you feel. So it feels like there's something there with that. What else do we got here? You got the king of spikes and the page of spikes. So this is all about swords energy. You got the master of the swords, not just the king, but the master. He gets two portions of swords energy, and you got the page, which is new thinking, new mindset, new stories, to come in here. I feel like you're doing these things. I just feel like there's a couple more ahas emotionally, mentally, and I feel like it's around like this story of that these things need to happen in order for me to have, like, you were saying, I think that, this the full card, I'm ready for this new beginning and stuff. But do I need, if I have a belief that I need these certain things, like I need this windfall in order for a restart? Do I though? It's like questioning that belief. I have everything I need inside of me right now. I can have a restart in different ways, but we might have a belief it needs to be this type of restart or this new thing. And it's like, maybe there's a different way. Sometimes, of course, we all, as humans growing up, we get all these expectations and all these stories of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be, where we like life needs to happen like this when life could happen like this. And we can have all this, right? Yeah. So, there is this. And it can be not the what, but the how, right? It's like, this is the way it needs to happen. We can be, creator, this is what I need because I'm sick, I'm physically sick, or it's for where I'm living. So I need to move for my health. Leave the how to the creator, and you tell them the what, and then hand it to them, right? So sometimes that we will try to, not we try, but we box the creator in, and we say it has to happen this way, and they're like, well, that'll take a while, but if you let me do it this way, I'll get you out of there right away. And it's like, oh, yeah, because we only know what's possible by what we've experienced and heard and seen. The creator knows all, right? It's like, yeah, you have ways that I don't even can't even fathom and see, including with me living in where I am now. Where I was before, I was, paying rent and um all the other expenses and stuff. And I was like, well, my finances, my savings are going to start running out. I'm going to have to go get a job. And where I was living was a small town. I'm going to need to move somewhere else. And if this and that, and I was telling the creator, well, if this needs to happen, I guess this is what it is. But I've learned through many different moves to go, but this is what I'm thinking, but you show me. And out of the blue, my host, who's one of my best friends, she called me and said, "Hey, I bought a house. Come move into my basement. And I don't want to charge you anything. That's my gift to the world because you have a message to give." And I'm like, "What? Wait. Wouldn't even think that was in my scope of happening, right?" And here it comes, right? So I do feel like there's a little bit of just some little tweaking to go on here that helps bring all this in, right? Yeah. And you do have the 10 of cups. You've got focusing on joy, focusing on gratitude, brings in the justice card here, which is the balance of things that allows us to let some old mindsets go and see things from the higher perspective. And the more I focus on the joy and the gratitude for what I have in the moment, that allows me to receive, that helps balance the scales. And that's really what's coming in here now with the Two of Pentacles you got in the beginning and the Justice card. It's about balancing out things, seeing things differently, releasing some old things. But it's like I can surrender the how to the creator, have gratitude for realizing they've taken care of me all my life, and that they know ways that I have no idea that are possible. But if I try to control it, that's when we swerve off the road and end up in a ditch. When I let the creator drive, it's a much smoother ride. That's by my life experience. Yeah. Yeah. And justice isn't about people getting what they deserve and blah blah blah. This is about the justice is the balance of the scales, realizing that um when I believe a small t truth, I draw in stuff that matches that. When I see things from a higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and gratitude and joy and laughter, that balances life out and that brings in things. Otherwise, I'm out of balance into the lower vibration, drawing in more and more lower vibration stuff. And it's a lot that allows me to balance things out. So, I feel like it's still a ways off, like what would feel like this idea of the windfall. I feel like that's a ways off, but if you change your definition of windfall into gratitude and surrendering the how to the creator, then there is something that brings you what is for your best experience here, things we can't even see in our human form for us. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Yeah, look at this. You got the ceremony of life. Boom, boom, boom. Dancing, dancing. Let's see if I can zoom in a little. There we go. A little better there. So let's see where this is at here. Ceremony of life. Nope, it's not that one. Okay. I just should just start off looking it up in the table of contents. Okay, here we are. So this is a card of devotion, of weaving the sacred all the way in and all through your life. It's a card of sacred ceremony and integration. You're being asked, how can you make your life a ceremony, like a celebration, right? If you were to live in prayer, what would change? What if you saw it all as a sacred celebration, right? That's that gratitude energy. If you could devote your life to something, what would it be? What would you do? So, the invitation of this card is to design your life in a way that feels sacred, to dare to embrace all aspects of your life and let spirit be with you every moment. So many people on a spiritual path lead lives that are compartmentalized. They go and do their spiritual practice, then go about their everyday lives. But what if you made your whole life a celebration of the sacred? What if you found ways to bring the spiritual into the physical? What would change? How would you spend your time? Another invitation of this card is to let your life be an expression of your passions. What do you love doing that you could embrace even more? If you really woke up to the gift of this life, how would you spend your days? If you acknowledged that you only have a limited amount of time here, what would you do? What would you create? How would you love? Who would you embrace? What do you truly yearn to do while you're in this body on this planet? What will you do while you're here? Wow. The inner temple activation says, I choose to embrace my life and live fully while I have the privilege of being here. Wow. That is beautiful. I love that for you, Kathleen. Hopefully that gives a little bit of guidance where you're at today. So There you go. I know it wasn't I want a day and a time, but I feel like those things that they've mentioned will help bring you that feeling that you're looking for, even though it may not match physically to what we think it's supposed to look like. I feel like it's like, yeah, let me just tell you the what and I'll let you surprise me because it's beautiful, right? So I like that. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. I'm excited. Yeah, New York City is expensive, right? I'm sure Chicago is expensive too. All right. So thank you again, my friend, my friend. Up next, we have Crescent Moon. We'll circle back around. And then Simran, you'll be up after that. All right, so Crescent Moon, let's grab your additional donation. Thank you for that. Here's both of your timestamps together. I have to schedule my spontaneity, right? That's my Capricorn rising energy. It must be. It's like when friends the ones that know me, they're like, I know it's spur of the moment, um, but would you like to do this? We don't expect that you will because we know you like advance notice, not, hey, do you want to go do this, in 10 minutes? I'm like, oh no. But I've been working on that, releasing that, embracing the adventurer of my Aquarius. All right. So, Crescent Moon, thank you for your additional donation here. And let's see here. Okay, so it's there. Oh, there it is down here. Third eye, private eye. Speaking of contact, a deep dive into Sagittarius and you for the middle of October and end of October, also the beginning, middle, and end of November, then December. All right, let's take a look here. Oh, that's sweet. For me, the best plans are canceled plans. People are like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I have to reschedule." Oh no, that's okay. No, 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 don't feel bad at all. Trust me. All right. So cheers, Crescent Moon. Let's dive in. So, middle of October. Continue in the Sag. Okay. End of October. Okay. So it's October, and then the beginning, middle. Okay. So they have the three beginning, middle, and end of November, and then December. Yeah, true introvert. I am. It's funny. What was I reading? I saw something. Was it about? Oh, it had to do with the hour. I saw a video that was like the hour of birth. Like if it's between like I'm a dawn baby because I was born at 5:29 a.m. in the morning. And they're natural introverts. It was one of the things that stood out. And I'm like, nailed it. But it's amazing what different things can bring up. All right. Overall, the energy on the bottom of the deck, we got what is this Nine of Swords going on here? What are these fear energy coming in here? Fears, fears, fears. Tired of fears. The Nine of Swords is nightmare and insomnia energy, right? Which is like, but nine is like the ending. 10 is walking out the door. You're walking through the threshold into something new. Nine is like, I'm done. I'm tired of fearing things. I'm just tired of fearing things. And this could be both of your energies that I'm just tired of fearing. What if this happens? What if this doesn't happen? What if that? What if this? I'm just tired of it. I'm just done. Right. And that's that kind of energy that's there. Kind of just throughout the next 3 months. Mid October, you guys have the Page of Spikes and the Seven of Hearts. So, Page of Spikes is a bit of that is new communication energy. It's clarity too around emotions with the Seven of Cups, with a lot of emotions to feel. But there is a possibility of communication when they're and I it's like there's this, they're showing me what is this from? Is it from an Indiana Jones movie? Because 'Cause I'm seeing these blades, whoosh, they're all whoosh, 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 and you have to step forward, step back, go 2 steps, you have to do it right and take advantage of the short window to step through so you don't get cut in half. That's what's coming in here. It's like when they're in this, it's like it has to be in this emotional state when they're connected to their emotions for the communication to happen or not. And so I feel like they're saying, the window has to be there and it's not up to you. I feel like this is all of them, that their emotions have to be in that certain place to step through so it doesn't get sliced. And so I feel like when they're in their head and spinning out, then they're disconnected because they're in reactionary mode, is what I'm feeling here, and not, you know, consciously making choices. So I feel like there could be an opportunity because I feel like part of what we talked about in the first reading was, they're really caught up here and they're trying to think of different ways and stuff, and they are considering, that emotion and things, physical things, and work in a big way. But I feel like these are on the burners, but they're on the back burners. They're still on. They're not just sitting there. There's stuff cooking back there, just not on high. We're focusing on the main entree so it doesn't burn on the front burner. This is what they're showing me. So I feel like that is mid-October. End of October, yeah, 5 of spikes. There's a bit of conflict between head and heart here that's coming in. What is this? Again, this feels more on their side. Their head is battling with their heart. So that makes sense with like what they've been going through really in their head, but now the heart is trying to be heard over these with that 7 of cups over the next couple weeks, that it really is like the mind is going, "No, no, we need this," and the heart's going, "That's not gonna make us happy. You need to focus on me." They're like, "No, you shut up." And there's like this battle, like, I wanna put on sock puppets of, maybe I need to make those, have a sock puppet of the brain, a sock puppet of the heart, and they're battling each other even though they belong to the same person. It's 2 different sides that are battling with them. So, I feel like that I know that sounds like progress in a weird way, right? For them, this feels like progress because the heart is planning an uprising, uh, with everything that's been going on here. Alright, let's look at November, beginning, middle, end. Beginning of November, we do have the Hanged Man, so there's a little bit of delay, transformation energy happening here. Again, this is about seeing things from a higher perspective, a different perspective. So this feels like the beginning of November that their heart has scheduled a meeting and asking the mind to come to the table so they can have a peace treaty, and they're trying to share things with the mind to see it from their perspective, because the our heart is connected to our high heart, which is connected to our high mind and our high heart. The physical mind is more focused in and connected to our fears of this world. But and they got the street smarts. They know how things work in the physical world, and so it's a good, healthy, successful, productive relationship when the mind and the heart work together. And that's what I feel is happening beginning of November. Is they're really connecting, and they accept the meeting. The mind accepts the meeting, with the heart. And then the middle of November, we do have the Emperor energy that's coming in here, which, is good Aries energy. It's all right. Now that we've got all this information, now I have to decide what is it that I want, make a plan, and then take action. So it feels like, um, like mid-November feels like based on the current energies. But I feel like their energies are stabilizing a bit. It's not as hectic as it's felt in the past. Maybe because we're out of eclipse season and we're in Libra season, so it's balancing energy too. But it does feel like there's a bit of um stable with this emperor energy, but it's like, okay, now let me take action. So it feels like the middle of November, feels like because we're talking about, reaching out and communicating with you. I feel like the middle of November is when they step into their power and go, my life is mine and everyone else's opinion. And let me put a plan together and move forward. Right. And that makes sense with that nine of swords energy too. I'm tired of everyone's opinions. The end of November, yep, Queen of Hearts, Queen of Cups. So the heart has made its to the throne. So it does feel like the heart is moving. There is moving from the heart instead of from the mind energy. So more heart energy. So that does feel like that is with you and with each other, within yourselves, and then with each other too, coming in there. It feels very harvesty, of course. That's funny. That's end of November's Thanksgiving, right? That cornucopia, isn't that usually Thanksgiving? I remember drawing those in elementary school. And then December, you have three cards. Let's see what this is all about here. You do have the Four of Coins, Four of Pentacles. There's a bit of a solid foundation here in December. Seven of Coins. Yeah, we got slow-mo movement here, all in the outside world. And we've got the Devil card with Vice, which this is, it's moving slow, but it's solid with the Four of Coins. We like that. But December is slow moving, letting go of old ways of thinking, those long held beliefs that have been making us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and powerless. And this has to do with around relationships. I like that we're and this makes sense with that nine of swords. I'm tired of the old expectations. I'm tired of the old ways, doing what we've always done, getting what we've always gotten in my life and you in your life. And that this is about doing things differently, letting go of the supposed to be's and the should be's. And I feel like it's a beautiful adventure, right? Of letting things go. It feels positive. It doesn't feel like it's just going, I don't want to do what I've done in past relationships. Can we go about this differently? And I feel like you guys are learning and mirroring things and letting things go together. It just feels like you're creating something new. But you're taking your time. You're not rushing into things because you know what happens when we rush into things. We think all those red flags were carnivals, and then we end up having to deal with 50 red flags all at once. If we have one red flag come up, we talk about it and go, all right, this is something that I've had a strong belief about in the past, but let's talk this. So where are you coming from? This is where I'm coming from. What's a different way of dealing with this? Then we have compromises, right? We work through, we get to the root of things, and then we move on. And then the next one that comes up, we deal with it instead of having to deal with 50 all at once, which is why relationships explode because we rush in and then we pretend everything's fine. And then we go, here's my long list of demands and complaints. And then that's overwhelming. And then that's what causes, well, here's mine, you know, and then there's fights. So hopefully that makes sense. This is what your fortune cookie brings in for this one here, too. Wow. Gotta love spirit. I love that. The cornucopia. Yeah, and look, you got give. Give. See if I can find a way to see that. There you go. Not too bad. Says one of the best feelings we can experience is giving to others. When we do so, we feel lifted up, and our lives improve greatly because of someone else's happiness. Think of one way you can give to another today. Doesn't that sound like Thanksgiving? There's the give again. So very interesting. Very interesting is all I can say. All right. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Oh, you're just like not funny. All right, let's take a look here. All right, so let me just check some timestamps here. All right. So up next we'll have Simran, and then we have a couple more came in here. So is that my Lee? Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. You'll be up after that. And then I do have okay, so that's you on the PayPal there. Double cap. All right. Thank you for your donation. Let me put you on the list here. And then Alice. Hello, Alice. All right. So that is where we're at on donations. Let's see. Anyone else that's come in here since I posted it? So we have Miley. Hello, hello. Double cap. Hello, hello. All right. And then Alice. All right. You're very welcome. You're so funny. Third eye, private eye. All right. All right, so we'll jump back in here. We've got, so Simran, let's grab your timestamp here. Thank you for all of you for your patience in getting to your readings. I greatly appreciate that. I know sometimes spirit gets a little chatty sometimes. So thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love. Come on, mouse. Why are you being difficult? There it goes. A love and a like there. You want to know what's coming ahead in your job. You're currently jobless. All right. We'll take a look and see. Based on your current energies, what does spirit, well, what's coming ahead for job? Okay. Boom. And then what advice or what does spirit feel you need to know here? Forget that I have that up here. Wanted to, so you guys could see him a little bit here. We do want this one and this one, and which results in that one. All right. So we do have here on the bottom of the deck, you do have the 5 of spikes, the 5 of swords, which kind of represents a bit of conflict. But you also have the justice card under that, which is all about balance that comes in here. And kind of the energy I'm picking up here just around job is you are feeling kind of conflicted where your mind is going, well, this is what you should do and supposed to do and blah, blah, blah. And it feels very restrictive and very um, empty and kind of low vibration. And your heart is going, this is what I wish I could do with my life. And it wants to go this way. And so your heart is tugging you this way, your mind is tugging you this way. And that's where this conflict is coming in. And that could also be uh, like your heart could be sabotaging what your mind is trying to do because it doesn't want to go do what it's always done before. It wants something new. It wants a kind of like a new adventure to come in here as well. So interesting, right? All right. So that's underlying energy on the bottom of the deck, just kind of sets the groundwork for your reading. But the first card up here is what's happening with job, right? You do have the 8 of scepters, the 8 of wands. I do love this because the 8 of wands is telling you it's a flow energy. It's a very fast acting energy. And I feel like once you kind of bring your heart and your head into a peace treaty, going, heart, we can go that route, but we've got to eat and we'll do this foundation. How about you support my mind and bring in what I want in, what the mind wants in, and then we will follow you and we'll work towards making your dream come true. But we got to eat, we got to live to be able to get there. And the heart will be like, okay, I get it. And then they open up and you suddenly get a lot of offers. With this 8 of wands, it's like out of nowhere, just suddenly there's these opportunities come across. Let's see what else they want you to know here. Yeah, another 8. 8 of hearts. Here's the flow of the heart. 8 of cups energy. There is a little bit of leaving behind relationships and emotions that don't serve you anymore with these. So there is a flow of energy. It's letting some old feelings go. I don't know if you were laid off or if there's some lower vibrational, any kind of resentments or anything that is, um, limiting or it feels low. It's like letting those emotions go, and we can start focusing on gratitude. Like, what am I grateful for the jobs that I have had? What have I loved about those? And even gratitude, um, for the creator, that I know you're creating a way for me and I can trust you. You know that this is what I would like and I'm giving it to you. And I like that. You were terminated? Yeah, okay. Job stability because I need to look after your family overseas. Yeah, I definitely get that. So, yeah, I feel like there's this letting go of the um this shouldn't have happened to me. Those beep beep bleep beep 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 bleep bleep bleep, right? People, and go, you know what? It happened for me instead of it happened to me, kind of can help us also flow. And because if I'm focusing on what I hate about that job, I'm actually pushing jobs away. If I forgive them and release them, going, you know what? You're doing me a favor because if you didn't do that, I'm not going to go on to this next thing, which I'm going to love more and I know is for me. So there can be this change of energy there. And then these two cards came out together. Yep, we do. You got the King of Scepters and the Ace of Coins. This is good energy here too. Yeah. Yeah. And that is a change of energy. Here's this Ace of Pentacles is about a new opportunity, and the King of Scepters is realizing, my energy is what draws things into my life. And if I have, it's called a tower moment, when something gets removed out of my life, either job, person, relationship, whatever thing, that I can trust that the universe is kind, the universe is for me. It would never do anything to me. It always does things for me. And to create space for something bigger for me in my life, this smaller thing needs to be removed first. I don't know if you ever seen the meme where there's a little child with a raggedy old teddy bear that's fallen apart, it's missing an eye, stuffing's falling out, the arm's about to fall off, and it's just, you know, it's worn and it's small, right? And then there's someone standing there with this huge brand new teddy bear behind them, but they're asking, hand that over, and then you get this. And when we realize that's when things get moved out of our life, it's for us. Then we can look at those, cursed betrayers, those managers, and go, you were actually acting as angels or instruments of the universe to help me create space for something bigger. And that's where we change from an energy of it's happening to me, that it's happening for me. And that's what brings in this new opportunity. Yeah, the Page of Hearts, something that makes you feel so, so happy. Yeah, this energy is telling me you were miserable there anyway. You weren't feeling like you were going anywhere. That wasn't living your dream. Good money, stability, but you didn't wake up in the morning going, I can't wait to go to work. You were going, ugh, okay, breathe, let's go. So this is where you're headed here. You're going to love going there instead of feeling like you're headed off to a sweatshop, right? Yeah, and the Nine of Hearts, something that is more like a dream come true for you here. Something that is very emotionally fulfilling, not just physically, financially, and that as well. Yeah, you have the Wisdom King. I like this. This is the Hierophant. It's allows you to see things from a higher perspective. And the message that Spirit is telling you is that this whole experience with this major arcana number of change is bringing about this strength and this growth that allows you to see change as not something is wrong, but something is being done for you. Again, going back to that when change happens, our inner child doesn't like change. It likes everything to stay the same. But this is about a change for the better, and we can trust that. You even have the Nine of Coins, the Nine of Pentacles on the bottom, which is, again, it's like a physical financial dream come true. So it opens you up to something that's more in alignment with where you want to go here. So I feel like that's the big thing is allow your heart, like, find out what is your true dream come true. Like, what is it that you would love to do? Not what you feel you're supposed to do and everything with your mind, but your heart. Let your heart know we're going to pay attention to that. But for now, I need you to support the brain to find this position. So allow your energy to draw that. And then while I'm doing that, I will look into following my dream um, as well. And then, of course, the letting go of those emotions that don't serve you, that actually restrict you and act as anchors that slow down your progress in finding a job, and releasing those emotions will allow it to come forward. Let's see what this your fortune cookie tells you here too with the inner temple oracle. There we go. Let's see what else we got here. So you've got unhookable. Beautiful energy there. We'll see what this means here. Let me find it first. There we go. All right. I like it. Page 82, which comes to a 10, endings and beginnings energy standing out. It says, look at the progress you've made. You've arrived, finally. Healing and change are here. There's change and healing. We know we've come a long way when those things that once triggered us no longer do. That person, that place, the old story, that family dynamic. After what feels like way too long, all of a sudden, what used to knock you off course or send you into a spin no longer does so. Instead of spiraling and giving away your power, you find yourself standing steady, whole, and tall. The thing or person that once had power over you no longer does. That wounded part of you has finally healed. I feel like this is what you're learning and changing and growing through this is, and this probably goes back before this job too, where you felt betrayed. There could be some stuff earlier where you felt betrayed younger in your life too, but that's the echo of things that you can release that will free you up in a lot of ways. This card is a celebration of how far you've come and how much work you've done. It honors the path you've taken and the journey you've been on. To be unhookable means that you've healed that which once threw you off course. To be unhookable means to stand in your own power. To be unhookable means that you draw your strength from within. And to be unhookable means that your roots are deep and your inner connection is strong. So, congratulations. You've come such a long way. Honor and acknowledge the progress you've made. Celebrate the growth you've achieved. And your inner temple activation is I honor my inner strength and authority. I draw my power from deep within. I love that. Yeah, changing a lot within. Yeah, it's beautiful. So this confirms all that, and it says, celebrate how far you've come, and that this is just a growth opportunity to show you that other people's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, doesn't change your worth. All that comes from within you, and that when things happen in our life, they are for us, and they create the space for it. So I feel like if you just do that little focus of what you're grateful for and kind of change the story of these people instead of betrayers, they're actually supporting your dream in a way that kind of looks odd in the beginning, but it's like sometimes people need to close the door so that we will go to a bigger, better door for ourselves that feels grander. And we would stay in that if they didn't do that. So it's kind of like going, thank you for being an instrument of the universe so that I would find this new place where I'm so much more happier, right? And then I feel like it just happens like this. You just boom, 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 boom. All these things open up. So if you do the things they've talked about, I feel like you'll get a job by the end of October because it feels like it'll happen so fast out of nowhere with just that change of energy. So I love that for you, Simran. Hopefully that helps. And that's what they have for you. Thank you again for your donation. I'm very grateful. All right. So, Miley, you are up next here. You are very welcome. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. So, thank you for your sticker, your sticker, and for the donation. So, hello, hello. Good to see you. And you like a general reading or a spirit message? What good things are coming towards you? All right. Let's take a look here. And then up after that will be Double Cap and then Alice. All right. So, Miley, let's take a look here. What good things are coming towards you? We'll get that first here. I feel like these are all the spirit message. Let's see if you can see these kind of down here. There's 4 leading you to this, leading you to this, and these 2. All right. Let's see what we got here. So we do have some 8 energy on the bottom of the deck, or the 8 of Pentacles, which is about putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and chopping the wood, carrying the water, doing the tasks, doing that. You're going to start seeing that fruit of that labor coming in. You also have the Strength card on the bottom, which is the major arcana number 8, which is like a recognition energy. I feel with all these 2 eights coming out together is your underlying energy on the bottom of the deck. It just feels you are seen, you get the fruit of your labor, is a big piece of all that. So I like that. Whatever you've been putting energy into and really feeling like you've invested a lot in it, you're going to start to see the fruit of that. What good things are coming towards you? You got the 8 of Hearts. Look at all these 8s energy, like I said. The 8 of Hearts energy is, I feel like you've been letting go of relationships and emotions that don't serve you anymore, which is creating the space and giving you, it's kind of like you're filling up your emotional bank that will allow you to invest in a relationship or a passion project of some kind. But you've been letting go of like relationships where you've been the one putting in 70, 80, 90% of the emotional energy in them consistently, only giving back 10, 20, 30. And you've been kind of removing people. People have been being removed out of your life, but you also have been making choices. All that energy is coming back to you. And any emotional work that you've been doing and finding any suppressed or pushed down emotions from earlier in life, like 7 years old and younger, you've been releasing and allowing yourself to forgive, to not push it down anymore, allow yourself to feel things so that all that charged emotion goes away and all that energy you were needing to keep everything down, it all comes back into your emotional bank as well. So it's a gift in itself of feeling all that energy come back, that emotional energy that you've been pouring out there into like a black hole, and it's coming back to you now and you're feeling emotionally full, but it's also creating the opportunity for either, like I said, a relationship, or if there's something that you are going to pour your passion, your heart into something, you have this energy to do so. 10 of coins, yeah, 10 of pentacles, abundance and fulfillment in the outside world. It is a relationship energy here. Temperance does show here too that it's something that you've been working on. Again, this you've been putting it in, you've been patient, and there's been movement, even though sometimes we don't see movement because we're in our lives every day. There has been movement and change that's been coming in here. Yeah. You're definitely ready for this new adventure with the Fool card. If you are looking for a relationship, I feel like you've been doing that emotional energy, that emotional reflection. Continue to do that because it is drawing in here a new opportunity around. I mean, 10 of Pentacles is it's a fullness of the coin. If you're looking for abundance, and that doesn't include a relationship, you have that here as well. But I feel like a little nudge, like relationship and love, is maybe what you've been looking for, been working towards doing the inner work, raising your love vibration so that you could draw someone in instead of doing what you've always done and getting what you've always gotten. That full card is about it's the first card in the major arcana, which is letting go of expectations, the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be about who someone is supposed to be, um, who what they're supposed to be and bring to a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to unfold, what it's supposed to bring to you, what you're supposed to, be and bring into the relationship. It's exhausting. It's like freeing yourself from all that and allowing love to be an adventure instead of a task that has to be achieved. There's a different energy around that. But I like all this coming in here. And you have the Ace of Hearts. Okay, Ace of Cups. Yeah, if it's not a love reading, I'd be surprised. But this is about the journey of you finding your self love because every relationship is a reflection of your own love. You can't love someone more than you love yourself, nor receive love from someone else more than you love yourself. So there is, it's a win win, win 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 when we're raising our awareness of our self love, our self worth. It just allows us to give and receive love to humans in a bigger way too. So a very beautiful energy coming in here. You have the Four of Coins, the Four of Pentacles. Does feel like here a step that's unfolding here with all of these two is, you're becoming aware that when you define yourself by the things of the outside world, that you feel unstable. And that's a part of your um, quest for the Ace of Cups, your quest for your self love, because when we define ourselves by the three buckets of the outside world, relationships, situations like jobs and education, and things like our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. All those things are unstable because they're the outside world, they're temporary. Relationships, people change, people walk away, people pass away. So, relationships with humans of all kinds, lovers, friends, family, whatever, those are unstable. They can change at any moment. And so if I define my worth by my interactions with them and my relationships with them, then I feel unstable. Same thing with jobs and education, all those situations and things. All that deteriorates, blows up, burns down, stolen, all unstable, right? But they eventually all point us inward and upward, where we find our worth in the eternal, unconditional love of the upper world, and that is eternal, that's very stable. It's unconditional, also very stable. Unconditional means no conditions. Nothing I have to do to earn it, nothing I can do to lose it. So if I have my worth connected to that eternal unconditional love, then I realize I'm priceless and I'm stable, right? Then it doesn't mean I stop looking for love in the outside world. I just don't need it because I'm finding that I'm everything I need. Any love I get from the outside world is above and beyond extra. So, whereas before it felt like it was lacking and falling short, now it feels like it's abundant and overflowing. We feel whole no matter what, right? So I feel like that's a big piece of the adventure you're on right now, and it's freeing you, and you're just continuing on this adventure here, which brings you to yeah, it frees you up here, allows you to go beyond this Nine of Wands, which might have felt like a kind of like a barrier or a block that you couldn't get through before, it suddenly just opens up because of you've opened up your heart. The 6 of Hearts does say that this person that you meet, um, one, it's you've got tons of past life connection with them. So when you meet them, you're gonna feel very much at home and very comfortable with them. I joke that when you meet someone in this way, they're glowing in the dark and they have a rainbow shooting out of their butt, and you're like, "Oh, that must be them." It's gonna be that obvious that it's such a strong connection. You're both are drawn to each other, but it all happens because you're raising your love vibration, and that's what draws you guys together. You both raising your love vibration. If you both stay at your current lower vibration, which is higher than it was before, you still draw on some lower vibrational experiences. You might miss one another, but it's the perfect timing when you guys are both raising your love vibration that you guys are drawn together. So I love that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here through the inner temple oracle. So what else do they have to say here? There we go. You've got ancestral healing. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful energy. So there can be some energy coming in around some patterns that have been passed down from generation to generation. And that makes sense with that full card, letting go of some old ways of thinking, some old beliefs, expectations, and rules around relationships that you might be called to break some of those, be that pioneer that helps everyone else break it as well and go, yeah, that was restricting. This is more freeing, right? Says during these times, so much is coming up for healing. We're discovering how hurt can be passed down from cell to cell through the generations. Our ancestors are the reason we're here, and without them, our soul wouldn't be in human form. From them, we may inherit many gifts, as well as patterns of conditioning and trauma that we long to be freed from. Many of these patterns are coming to the surface now in order to be processed and healed. Sometimes those who came before you weren't able to understand, let alone process, what has thus far gone unhealed. Sometimes it takes a courageous soul with an open heart when the conditions are just right to feel in order to heal, to process in order to free themselves. This card is an acknowledgement, a nod toward the work you're doing as a circuit breaker in your family system and in the collective. You're being acknowledged for the part you're playing in the healing of humanity through healing yourself and being with what is. You're being acknowledged for the part you play in healing your ancestral line and the collective too. Maybe you're in the midst of deep ancestral healing, or perhaps you're finding your way back to the surface, having journeyed to the depths of the line you came into. Try your best to honor the gifts of that line as well as the difficulties. In doing so, you not only set your ancestors free, but you galvanize that energy and transform it into strength and support. Wow. Inner Temple Activation says, I honor my ancestors for the life that they gave me, and I set myself and them free. Powerful. Wow. So that's all they have for you. There, Miley. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donation, and I love that for you. All right. So many blessings. All right, and we've got double cap coming in. Pew pew. And we are actually at 2 hours and 4 minutes even. Look at that. So thank you for your donation over here via the PayPal. All right. And I see your question over there. Let me just make sure you didn't have anything over here as well. Okay, yeah, very good. That's perfect what you did there, double cap. Sorry, I just read your comment there. Hope you're having a good evening as well. So happy to have you here. A new Zen friend. So let's give these a shuffle. We'll also take a little sip here. So cheers to you. All right. Oh, two times Capricorn. I get you. Hello, hello. So it's not a double cap. When I'm gonna bust a cap in you, it's not like a double barrel. You're like, no, I'm a Capricorn rising, so I get it. Two times cap. I feel ya. All right. Great. Thank you so much for your other information there. All right. A general reading. What do you need to know? All right. Let's take a look here. See what we have going in here. So we've got these three coming out first. Do you want this one? I do want these two. But these two are underneath those. They don't want that one. They don't want that one. But they do want this one and these two underneath. All right. Cap, Sun, and Rising. Oh my goodness. Are you on the cusp at all? Libra Moon? Holy bajolies. Well, it makes sense that you would get a Ace of Swords underneath here. You are a thinking unicorn. I mean, that's a lot of, Libra's air energy, of course. And Capricorn, even though it's earth energy, right? They are big thinkers. Big thinkers, right? And you love doing the work. Work. I love that. But I love Libra balancing energy of the moon coming into relationship energy. But you do go things about things a bit logically, eh? I love that. Well, you give me your birth date. Oh well, yeah, no, you're smack right in the middle. Well, you're middle-ish, so you're not even on a cusp. Wow. Yeah, actually, yeah, you're kind of like mid-range, no cusp. You're like, I am, dead center. Oh, I love that. Well, good. Well, welcome. Double cap. So let's take a look here. With that Ace of Spikes, the Ace of Swords, your underlined reading here, is all about just that bunny unicorn is really standing out. Just this, it's like an antenna. And I do feel here, I mean, you've been on this wonderful uh, shadow work journey. It's like shadow work is just it's what I do, you know. You've released a lot, you've questioned a lot of things, I feel like you've transformed a lot of your small T truths rooted in fear. You've released a lot of things, you've changed a lot of stories in your life. Um, and a lot of transformation has come there. It's the way in which you see the world as changed. And I feel like it's like if you every year, like if you let's say they're showing me like you show up at a New Year's party every year. Maybe it's your birthday party because it's close to the first, right? But it's like every year you show up and people are like, "Who are you?" It's like you go through these major transformations every year. It's like you're Madonna. You just reinvent yourself over and over and over and over and over and over again because you learn and you grow from what you learn. With this Ace of Swords on the bottom, it's like this connection to the higher realms, this connection to seeing things from such different perspectives. It's like you embrace the age of Aquarius. Yeah, you had your long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, but you grew bored of those and you're ready for learning and growing. And I love that energy. So I feel like that's just your underlying energy of your reading. Your first card that came out is the Knight of Hearts, the Knight of Cups. I like this energy. here because every night has a quest. And this is interesting because I feel like you've been on a quest around finding self-love, but you go about it from a logical standpoint. Uh, Um, Not that you don't feel emotionally, that Libra moon, energy, of course. It's like you go about transforming your emotions and going on this quest into the land of the hearts from a logical standpoint. It's like I see a map of like the land of hearts, and you put a grid over it, and you're like, all right, we'll start here and let me just go through here. And we're going to go through this land and we're going to map it. And I feel like you're mapping your emotional side of yourself. I love this. And then the two cards that came out after that, you have the eight of coins and the 10 of coins. Yeah, I like this. You have the eight of pentacles, which is all about, it's very much, here's the earth energy of your Capricorn, your double cap, is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, you do get the reward. And the 10 of coins here represents abundance in your life, but because I feel like there's this adventure of love that, um, if you haven't um, found the relationship that resonates with you yet, I feel like that's what you're headed towards here. That you're like, I'm putting together the proper cost benefit analysis to find out who would be the best match for me. And I'm exploring to see my options before I make a decision. So I don't feel like you're in a rush to get into a relationship because you're like, I've when we're younger, we do the rush, and then we're like, cost benefit analysis, fail, right? Yeah. So I like this. I like this energy that's coming in here with that here. Yeah, emotional for you. Yeah. Um, like if you asked a water sign, it's almost like it's funny how they're telling it here. It's the way you're feeling emotion is the way a man thinks how birthing a child feels. Because you're coming from such a logical standpoint. And it's like if you asked a water sign how things feel, they would be like, "Oh my god," and so you definitely are feeling emotion, but not like a water sign would. But you're like, "This is enough. Like, I don't need to have the entire entree. Can I just have a tasting? I'm tasting emotion, but I'm not sitting down to 10 course, 10-course meal of emotion. I'm sampling it." Right, what else do they have here for you? Yeah, the Emperor. I like this energy. And this feels like you've really entered into this new um authority in your life where you really, and this has to do with a lot of letting go old thoughts and beliefs because the emperor clears the throne room of all the chatter to decide what is it that I want. And they do ask of their heart and their mind and go, what do you guys want? All right, let's put a plan together. Let's put action behind it. And that's where I feel you're in the process of deciding what is it that I want? Because I know once I decide it, then I go for it. It's like researching something before you buy. All right, I'm never going to have all the information, but at some point you will have enough information where you're like, all right, I know what I want and what I don't want. Let's go. And I feel like you're in that final determination of let's go energy that's coming in, right? Yeah, I love that. They're bringing in, what was that movie with Jodie Foster where they heard the sound coming from space, and then they found out there was this thing and they created it, and then she went in this little ball, this thing they created to go off to go visit. Aliens. Um, it's that movie because they're showing it me in my head. I watch a lot of movies in my life, so they use those a lot. But she's like, "Good to go. Good to go," is what she said before they were getting ready to set um to go on the adventure. And I feel like you are. I'm good to go. I'm getting ready to good to go. I feel like this adventure is going to be beginning here. Then you got 2 cards with 2 cards underneath. So the 2 cards up top, you do have the 4 of spikes and the 3 of hearts. Yeah. So we've got the 4 of swords is like letting go of expectations, and the 3 of cups is a card of joy and community, feeling like I'm belonging. There's a little bit of this energy of letting go of, like we just talked about the emperor, letting go of a lot of what people think we should and not. And I think it's like we realize that there is some conditioning that we just think, well, naturally it should be this. But whenever you catch yourself saying should, supposed to, need to, have to, must, realize that is a buzzword. It's like a little flag that tells us it's an expectation. It's an opinion that we took on. And um, when when I realize that, then I can question it. Okay, that's what I've been taught to believe, but is that what I want to believe? And I feel like that's again part of what you're working out, both emotionally, yeah, emotionally and mentally, or vice versa. Underneath the surface of those, you do have the 7 of coins, the ace of scepters. Yeah, and we do have this. The 7 of pentacles is the slowest moving knight out of them all, which does talk about taking our time. Um, but the ace of scepters, the ace of wands is action, action, action. And I like that. It's like, again, it kind of goes back to what we were saying. Once I decide what I want, then I click the buy button and I know I'm ready, because I know I've gathered enough and it's okay. I don't need to rush. I'm gathering information and that's what I need, regardless of what everyone else says. Oh, you should be married by now. You should be in a relationship. I'm like, I've done those. I've experienced those. Now I want to be in a relationship that I want. You know, I already found the one I'm looking for. It's me. Now I want to look for someone to share my life with, but they're not going to be my life. I am my life, but I can share it, right? It's like Cleopatra. She didn't give Egypt here, Mark Antony, the Caesar or whatever, right? Here, here, have my kingdom too. It's like, no, I'm the queen of Egypt and I'll share a border with you, but you're not invading and taking over my country. We can trade across the borders, but there is a border. That's funny. All right. And then you have the page of hearts. Yeah, you're looking for a higher love, not what we did before. You're ready for something that's at a higher level, not a lower vibrational love. You're ready for something much bigger. Yeah, I like this. The energy underneath those. You do have the 7 of scepters, the 7 of wands, which is an energy of, I'm not going to dim my light. I'm not going to ask permission to shine. I'm not going to defend who I am. I'm going to shine bright. And if the person is going to be in my life, I need to know that they're fireproof because I'm going to burn bright, baby. And if you can't stand the heat, then you're telling me who you are. Thank you. Bye bye. You're going to burn up. You might as well just go in the shade, go get in the house because you can't stand the sun that I am. It's about you being true to your authentic self and shining bright, and the page of spikes too. So you got both page of hearts and page of spikes. Page of spikes is, you know, um, clarity, but you're looking for someone that can balance the head and the heart. You're looking for someone that isn't so much in their brain that they don't know what an emotion is, but also someone that's not so emotional, they're emotionally unstable. You want someone that can communicate their emotions, that wants to communicate and talk. And so it's, you want to be emotionally stimulated, you want to be mentally stimulated, all right, and physically stimulated, hey, we're not dead. But I like all this for you. And I feel like so much of this is a affirmation that you've been taking the steps. This is what is going on. You're well on your way there. It's confirmation that continuing on the path that you're on, you are drawing them in. And all it takes is when you're ready, you choose with your power of choice, going, okay, I'm good to go. And then the adventure begins. So I like that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. And see what we have here. You're in the in between. Yeah, exactly. I love it. Beautiful, beautiful card here. So let's see what this brings in here. Find it here first. It's not there. It's not there. Oh, it's right there. Duh. I went right past it. Okay. So the in between, it says endings hurdle us to the edge of our lives, to the in between. This quiet and uncomfortable place is one we'd prefer to avoid, and we'd much rather find more familiar ground. It's here that we're no longer where or who we once were, and also not yet where or who will be someday soon. Exactly, right? We're in the in between the tomb and the womb. I love that. Between the tomb and the womb, between the ending and the new beginning. There's often a letting go involved, and grief or mourning, a death of self or what once was. This card is one of endings, transitions, and new beginnings. That which was once important to us has changed or is changing. Our relationships, jobs, identities, ways of being. Transition, change, and rebirth are imminent. But before anything new can come, we must let what has been end properly. It's in the in between that we're in our becoming. And while this can sometimes last longer than we might wish, it's actually a very exciting place to be. The seeds of the future are beginning to take root, and if we're patient, our second harvest will be even better than the first. It's in the fertile void between what was and what will be that we plant seeds for the future in the dark soil. And while it's easy to mistake this period as a stage of growth in which nothing much is happening, beneath the surface, things have never been more active. And one day soon, a whole new garden will be born. Wow. Yeah. Your inner temple activation. It's okay for me to be in the in between. There's no rush. I patiently plant seeds for my becoming. I trust that I won't miss what's for me. Wow, so powerful and so much in the your reading. I love that for you, double cap. So hopefully that helps. And that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. I think I just have one more donation left, and then we'll start in on the free readings. So, Leah L, sorry, I saw your question, but I was right in the middle of a reading. They're both donations and readings. Donations do get first priority. I step out of free readings to complete them. And usually about 2.5 hours in, if I haven't I hit any free readings, I start on those and I'll do about 30 minutes, but I only have one more donation left. So I'll be starting on free readings here in a moment anyway. So if you want a question, pop it down there. All right. So Alice, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp. Oh, look at that little twos and fours and mirroring of the 24 and the 42. So thank you so much for your donation. The hearts as well. So you want to know, what are RJ's underlying intentions behind asking me out on a date on Tuesday? Does he want to hook up or develop a more serious relationship with you? Okay, I get you. Let's take a look here. All right. So based on their current energies and intentions, what are their intentions here? What is going on here? What else do they want you to know here? I do want this one. I do want this one. No, I don't want that one. This one feels hidden, and this one also. This one feels very hidden. So we'll see if these hidden things are here too. All right, let's get your cards over here. These were the hidden ones, so we'll look at those. Bottom of the deck here, you do have the Ace of Spikes, Ace of Swords, which is the suit of communication and clarity. Underlying, I feel like they're just wanting to gather information to decide what is possible. I feel like they want to meet so they can look at you, um, pick up your body language, kind of just see what they pick up so they can decide what your spirit guides are funny, what they can get away with and what they can't, kind of energy. Hey, you're here. Thanks for being here. So let's see here what's going on here. What are their intentions? What is going on here? You have the Five of Hearts, the Five of Cups, which is an energy of my intentions are to change this sadsy sorrow feeling into higher emotions, right? I want to feel better. It's kind of that energy that's coming in here. But um and we'll see what that is here with these three cards, and we'll find out what's below the surface here too. But I kind of feel like I don't like being at odds with people. So I want to talk things out. I want to make it better between us, but I also want to see what I can get away with. Um, what can I get out of this relationship with you? Yeah, because it doesn't feel like I'm wanting to do this for your sake. I just want to feel better. I don't want to be at odds. Um, I don't I don't want you talking bad about me to other people, so I want to make it better so that you don't tell people about what you experienced with me. It's all about me, 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 me energy, right? Let's see what these three cards are here. See what else they'll reveal. Yeah, Eight of Hearts. Eight of Cups is letting go of emotions that don't serve anymore. So that makes sense here. Um, it's also walking away from it can be walking away from people or emotions that don't serve us anymore, but it doesn't feel like I feel like they want to determine, is it best that I walk away or can I still maintain something from you that so I can still receive from you, you know, or is it over? What can I finagle? What can I do? It feels, and it doesn't feel like they're that type of conniving, person. It's just that they're so empty inside that they, really want to try to fill themselves up. And they're kind of in that desperation of, my heart feels so empty. I'm so hungry that I'll do what it takes for me to get food, emotional food, though. That's the kind of energy I'm picking up. You got the Page of Coins. Yeah, here is again, am I able to get more? Can I get another opportunity from you? And the Knight of Hearts. Yeah, romance that comes in here. But this doesn't feel like when you were saying here about long term, like a serious relationship. I don't feel they're capable of a serious relationship by your definition of serious, because you're wanting someone that can give their heart, but they only love themselves so much. That's all they can give. That's also all they can receive. That's why they're starving, because they're trying to get from the outside world. What our soul is hungry for is our self love, first of all. So the love of the outside world might fill us up for a moment, but it's like eating American Chinese food. You eat it and you're hungry an hour later. That's the same thing with love from the outside world. We get love for a moment, then we're like, God, why am I so hungry again? It's because it's not eternal, fulfilling love. It's a temporary, you know, like drinking water. Well, it filled up my stomach, but now that I went and peed, now I'm hungry. Now my stomach's growling again, right? That's funny. Your spirit guides are hilarious. But um, I like this awareness, because you realize that, they don't have a whole lot to give. They can't give you what you're looking for. First of all, your self love is what you're looking for. And once you have that, whatever anyone gives is above and beyond extra. But even then, you kind of do a cost benefit analysis. It's like, for all the effort and all the energy that it takes, is it really worth what I'm getting back? And it's like, I don't know. That's something for us to decide, right? Let's see what this hidden stuff is under the surface. I'm glad you have a sense of humor. Yeah, the Knight of Scepters, the Knight of Wands. Action. I want, and this makes sense, the Knight of Wands, because if I don't have a whole lot of love to give, I learn to express myself through passion, through intimacy, and its physical attraction, energetic attraction. So even though they're like, yeah, I want romance, for them romance means intimacy instead, right? Yeah, and then the 5 of spikes. There is this inner conflict that's going on within them too, between their head and their heart, that it the heart wants to be filled, but it's like, you're not feeding me anything. You're just feeding your physical body. And, it's there's some emotion that is slightly intertwined in that, but it feels like it's mainly that's how they feel. It's how they learned to feel loved, is the passion, but not true emotion. And they just don't have that to give. I probably have showed it before. I have this little bottle of oils over here. Let me grab it real quick. But it's like, if this is all the love that I'm able to give at a time, I'm like, here you go. Here's the love I can give you. And you're like, this? Well, here, maybe you should keep that. I think you need that more than I do, because it's not a lot that they can give, and it's because they haven't connected to their self-love a whole lot. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. But I don't feel like they're capable of a serious relationship. I feel like they're just more able to give that little bottle. And if that's okay, I wouldn't like take yourself off the market for it, because there's people out there that can give you barrels of it because they've got self love. Um, so, anyway, all right. What else here for Alice, please? All right. Get this one here. And you have the masks we wear. Ooh. So there's the hidden again coming out. So I don't know, Alice. I don't know, Alice. I would say just bring my stuff. I'll meet you, but bring my stuff, because it's not going to go the way you think it's going to go. I think. I mean, them. I don't think it's going to go the way they want it to. Anyway, authenticity is the highest vibration there is. Being around someone who is authentic, who knows who they are, and whose inner self matches what we see and hear is so liberating. Their truth activates something within us too. Many of us have taught, I'm sorry, many of us have been taught to wear masks. But when we wear a mask, this takes a toll on our body and soul. When we wear a mask, we abandoned our true authentic self. And this can be sensed too by those around us. I think you pick up on that, right? Some wear a mask because they don't know who they are, while others do so because they're trying to be whoever the world wants them to be, which essentially means abandoning themselves to stop others from abandoning them. Yeah. But in reality, it will hurt 10 times more if we abandon ourselves by being who we think others want us to be, and we're still not received despite the weight of that mask. When the fear of abandonment comes up, the invitation is always to turn toward yourself and say, I'll never leave you. So we say that to ourselves, right? I'll never leave you. To offer yourself the love and companionship you're afraid of losing or of not receiving. Wow. To find safety in your own company, to find love in your own presence, to gather up the courage to be who you truly are, to take off the mask and stand tall in your authenticity. Your soul inquiry is, how are you trying to fit in? What mask are you wearing? How can you embrace more of your authentic self? Wow. Beautiful, beautiful mirroring energy. Wow. I love this for you. So that's what they have for you, Alice. I think you have your answer. You're all, give me my stuff. All right. So that's what they have. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. All right. Thank you for your additional donation, Alice. Let me gather the free readings while you are typing your additional question there. So I'll be ready to start those here in a moment. So we've got Ateshi, Brenda, Ashish, and Livy A's. I got your guys's. So that would be to here. And then we have Butterfly A. Let's grab that one here. Cat Goddess. Hello, hello. I don't think I said hello to you. Maybe I did. But if you're here, hello, hello. Okay, and we did all Rocky's World. We have Just Janelle. Okay. Okay, we did those. We did those. We did those. Did those. We did those. Okay. All right. Okay, those were our conversations. We did Miley. We did Double Cap. Very good. Sorry, I'm just taking my time. I want to make sure I don't skip over anyone. And we've got Happy Pill down here. Boom, boom. Chick, chick. And then Emma's Chronicles. Hello, Emma. Good to see you as well. All right. Yeah, sure, Layla. You can put that down there. Yeah, I just got one more free reading here, and then I'm going to start on free readings, and I've got just like about 10, so I should be able to get through all of those since those are shorter readings. They're just 1 to 2 cards, so I can pop that down. All right. So Alice, thank you so much for your additional donation here. Look, you had 224.42 for your first one. Then you got 239.09 for this one. I love it. All these repeating numbers coming in here. All right, Layla, I gotcha. All right. So, Alice, let's take a look here. So, Harris's recent thoughts and feelings about you. What has he realized? That'll be interesting. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers to you. All right. So, whoa, Harris almost lost the card. Well, you can see him now. Almost ended up in the lap. That's where his thoughts are. Okay, so thoughts for okay, let me focus. Harris. Let's unplug and plug into Harris over here. What are Harris's thoughts here about you? Yeah, thoughts, thoughts, right? Thoughts, and you got feelings. All right, and then what has he realized? uh, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see here. One and two and five cards. We'll see what all this is about. Bottom of the deck, we have the Ace of Pentacles here. It's interesting because I feel like the way the card come in, because the Ace of Pentacles can mean like how you've learned to look at your worth in a different way because of your interactions with these individuals really has solidified um, this awareness of your self-worth. Like you by looking in the mirror and going, "Why are they treating me this way?" You realize, "Oh, they can't treat me any differently than I feel and treat myself." And so you've learned to go, "I'm going to love myself." And I feel like that was a big piece of this is they've been beautiful mirrors showing you what you wanted to see about yourself. And you're like, "Thank you." Um, it's funny because there's this great quote that says, you know, the the reflection in the mirror doesn't change unless the person looking in the mirror changes. It doesn't matter what mirror you go to, you are going to see the same reflection until you change, right? But they're like saying, but sometimes when you're looking in a crazy hall of mirrors, like at a carnival, um, when you look at someone, they're always going to be distorted. It has nothing to do with your reflection. That's funny. You're like, yeah, that's true. I see myself more clearly, but not in that mirror because that mirror is cracked or it's one of those distorted mirrors that make people really tall or really short or that's funny. All right. So let's see here what Harris's thoughts are. Page of Spikes. Well, so their thoughts are I want to reach out to you. This Page of Spikes. I want to call you. I want to contact you. They're thinking about this. And again with this page, it's like because you did you get Ace of Spikes for RJ, right? It's like they want clarity. They want to talk to you. They want to understand what did I do or what's going on or again, kind of is it time where I can safely approach and see what I can get from you? It's an interesting energy because it feels like I don't know, is this a pattern where maybe because of being an overgiver, you have attract people in your past that want a lot and they look at you as a no, I can't say that on YouTube. Um like a little puppy. Oh, okay, a little like a meme that they're showing me, "Okay, we'll do this one instead." Like a little raccoon that lost its mom and a, mother, dog has had puppies, and, there's an extra, the raccoon goes and, um, you know, is nursing on the dog even though that's not its mom. It's like, "What can it get?" Right, kind of energy. Okay, we're gonna move on from that. But that's the kind of way they're coming their thoughts. It's more about, I want clarity around what happened, and then also again, like this, I know, right? Like, your spirit guides are high. I don't know what's going on with them, but there's this this um energy of you know, what can I get? Let me do this. What was my brother? He was one of the things he did in the military was a forward observer. They're the ones that went ahead to see and scope things out, and I feel like they wanna contact you. They're thinking, "I think it's enough time where maybe I can try to reach out and scope things out to see, can I weasel my way back in," right? Emotionally, we got the 9 of Wands. Here's that passion energy, and the, Magician. Yep, this is about action, action, action. And the Nine of Wands is an energy of a barrier, but it's also with a magician card. It's about how can I step back in? How can I break through the wall and get back in? So that's that same energy there. Because their heart, all this fire energy with all the wands and the magic energy. It's that again, it's that I draw in people who are emotionally unavailable that can only express themselves through intimacy and passion and focus on physical attraction and energetic attraction, but not emotional. Um, and it's interesting because when we look at the mirror of the people we draw to us, how do I do that to myself, right? Like I used to draw people who were mentally, emotionally unavailable. But it's like, how am I emotionally unavailable to myself, right? And it's like, oh, wow, really opens things up going, oh, that's why I was drawing these mirrors because they were showing me how I was not being emotional available to myself because I was looking for all my emotion out there, not for me, you know. Interesting, right? Well, let's see what have they realized? How good they had it? Oh, wow, yeah. Well, we got the tower and the moon card here. The moon card is hidden energy. Um, the thing they haven't realized yet is how much they fear being abandoned, how much they fear being left behind. And that goes way back to buried energies of when they were young, 7 years old and younger ish, their emotional body. So they don't realize that. Um, yep. And they we have the world card, which is an ending of a cycle, beginning of a new adventure, and the 5 of wands, which is drama and conflicting energy here. I feel like what they've realized is how much it bothers them, um, when things end, but you ended it with him, right? Because I feel like they don't like it. They realize I don't like it when people end things with me. They're like, "I don't like this. It's the sting, right? I don't like getting stung. I'm usually the one doing the stinging, but this sucks being stung." But they don't realize below the surface, it's because that's this fear of abandonment, this fear of being left behind and that they experienced when they were young. And the Queen of Coins, the Queen of Pentacles, yeah. They realized what a nurturer, and this is like what I was saying, they realized how good they had it, right? That you're such a nurturing and giving person, um, that they're reminding me of my first relationship when they were trying to get back together with me. Um, they were like, "I miss you," and I said, "I would miss me too." 'Cause you had it so good, because they had wandered outside the relationship, right? And I was like, "Yeah, I would, miss me too." Uh, because they were living in my house. I had co-signed on a vehicle for them. I, you know, I would just basically buy, you know, um, whatever they wanted us to buy. We had all these DVDs back in that day and all this stuff and and I'm like, "You had it so good, and I loved you so much, and, I was faithful to you," and I go, "Yeah, I would wanna be with me too." So, I feel like that's kind of what a realization is that they go, "Oh, I realized I didn't uh, I had it really good, and I blew it. I blew a chance." And you're like, "Yep." Yeah, I like this. Your fortune cookie is miracles. Here's the magic wand. I feel this is funny because um, it's like inside you're going, "Well, maybe they could change." Well, you believe in miracles, so anything could happen, but not likely. You're being asked to pay extra close attention to all the big and small miracles that have already occurred in your life, and also to those that are currently occurring and are still to come. Miracles surround you. Be on the lookout for them. Yeah. I feel like your spirit guides are going, you do have miracles that happen in your life. And when people, show you who they are, you believe them and you're like, all right, thank you for showing me who you are. I'm seeing behind those masks, right? So I love that. I love that for you. Um, but I feel like they're learning the surface lessons, but not the subconscious, subsurface lessons. So they realize some stuff, but that doesn't mean they've realized there's things that I can change within me, um, if I want to be with you, kind of energy. They haven't realized that. They just realized I don't like being stung, and I had it really good. Yeah, you did. You did, Blanche. You did, but not anymore. All right. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Your spirit guides crack me up. All right. So thank you again for your dual donations. I'm very grateful. All right. All right. So that is it for all the donations. Like I said, I think I've just got like 10 free readings. So I'll complete those now. So thank you guys and your patience in getting to those. I try to get to some free readings every session. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad you have such a great sense of humor, Alice. Because sometimes people don't laugh with me, and they don't laugh at me either. They don't appreciate a spirit sense of humor. And I understand sometimes we're in a place where we don't want joy, we want revenge. And in those places, someone just they want and that's quite all right. That's everyone's choice, right? There's no judgment. But I do enjoy when people laugh with me. It makes it more fun for me. All right. So Ateshi, you are up first here. Oops, I don't think I grabbed this one. Sorry, let me just. Sorry, I just need to double check here. Okay, yeah. There we go. Sorry. So Teshi, really, it is your turn. Hey Maria. Okay, cool. I'll circle back around after I'm done with the free readings there. Once you send your PayPal. All right. So why do you feel such a strong connection to KTH right now, Ateshi? Let's take a look here. Why is there a strong connection right now? What's the energy? What's going on? You got the 2 of coins, the 4 of coins, and you got the Emperor. You got actually 3 cards, but there's this energy here. Because you've got all this balancing energy, the 2 of coins and the 4 of coins, this Emperor Aries energy. What is bubbling up here? I feel like, and this is an interesting, I don't know why they're bringing it through, but it feels like this new moon in Libra, which is on the 20, what is it, the 21st, that's coming up here. I just feel like there's this balancing energy, this, um it's the scales. Yeah, this 2 of coins, that makes sense now. I'm like, "Oh, the scales. Okay, I get why it's Libra new moon." I'm like, "Why are you showing me that?" But it's that you're balancing the scales and you're picking up on this energy and you really have this draw to them, because I feel like internally you're trying to decide what you want with this 4 of coins and the emperor energy is, what do I want? Mind and heart, and I want to put a plan together and then take action, but what do I want? And I feel like you're weighing. I feel like there's someone else too, or an idea of who you want, like, as your dream person, if it's not another real physical person. I feel like you're balancing the scales and there's this strong connection that, like, inside of you at some deep levels, you're considering, you know, would they be this partner in my life? How do they measure up to this ideal that I have? And I feel like that's a big piece of this Libra relationship, 10th house energy that we're in right now. And this new moon that's coming up, I feel like you're really sensitive to moons, but to new moons. Is that what you're realizing too? Is that new moon energy you feel like a couple weeks before and after? Full moon energy kind of feels like, yeah, I feel it, but new moons like impact me, is what I feel from you. Um, but I feel like that's what's coming in here. This strong connection is you're balancing out and questioning, will they how do they measure up to this ideal that I have? And I feel like it's because of the energy of the season we're in and the impact of the moon on your emotional center, your heart is wanting to put attention into weighing out people, and to see how they match up and if it is someone that you want to invest energy in or not. Interesting. So that's what they have for you at Teshi. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Brenda Globy, you are up. Let's grab yours here. All right. Anyway, H's energy towards A next week when he sees her after 10 days. All right. So H's energy towards A next week. All right. So based on the current energies, what does that future look like? Okay. These two here. All right. Interesting combo, because we've got the Page of Hearts, which is a heightened emotional state, very happy, um, like extra happy even. Temperance, but they don't show it. They don't express it as much as what they're feeling on the inside. I just feel like they have like this kind of not sociopath energy, but an energy of, I don't want to show all my emotions because that makes me vulnerable. But I'll show some, but inside they're like boom, but they will only express this much of it. Um and this temperance energy, this patience energy is, I don't reveal my heart quickly. I'll, express my passion and talk and different things, but heart slow in a reveal. I reveal my heart very slowly. And so I feel like that's the energy that's coming in here. A lot of happiness, but like I said, they're not going to show it. They're going to keep it under wraps because, as much as they can, I feel like their face and their glow, they can't hide that. And from an empath, they can't hide that much either, even though they think they are. But I feel like they will pick it up what's going on with them. So hopefully that makes sense. That's what they have for you, Brenda. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Ashish, you are up. Grab your timestamp here. Boom, boom. All right. Any good news coming in your IT career? Let's take a look here. Any good news coming in your IT? Well, Queen of Pentacles, 10 of Scepters. Yes. Well, Queen of Pentacles is about birth and harvest and um, creation of new things. The 10 of Wands, the 10 of Scepters can go two ways. It either feels like a burden, but when it comes with another abundance card, it means like, look at all these wands you're carrying on your back. Look at the harvest. So this does talk about um, good things coming your way, feeling like abundance, feeling like fullness, like the energy I've invested has been an investment, not a waste of time. And here is the harvest from all the work I put in and growing the fields and plowing the fields and planting the seeds and de-weeding the garden. And finally, here comes the fruit. And I feel like the fruit is coming for it here. And it feels big. Queen of Pentacles with the 10 of Wands. It's like it's multiplied tenfold. It just feels like keep just know, and if you focus your energy on the gratitude for the things you have received, you'll get more of it. It'll multiply it. If you focus in on lack or need or want or fears, you actually limit it and push it away. So be aware of your energy. That 10 of Wands is doing an energetic inventory. Where am I investing my energy in gratitude and joy and laughter and peace, or need and want and fear and lack? Because that all that energy just pushes it further away. So be aware of that. But it feels like good things coming your way. I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Ashish. So many blessings to you. And then Livier Vagara, you are up. Oops. I feel like my mouse has gone wild here. There we go. Grab your timestamp here. And what the cards want you to know. Let's see here. What do they want you to know right now for Olivier? Okay, that one and that one. Pew, pew. Cards flying around here. There's a little bit of disappointment around timing of things. Three of Swords is the expectations equal disappointment kind of energy, and the Seven of Coins. Seven of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So I feel like that the main thing they just want to talk about is, you know, we have expectations of things in our life, either we're, relationship wise, situational wise, jobs, education, whatever, money, our bodies, different things. So we've got these expectations. One of the big ones is when they're supposed to happen, and which is usually right now, right? We want everything right now. But that's where this disappointment is, because when I feel, especially if I feel I'm missing something in my life, that's where patience um, being lack comes from. I was very surprised when I'm like, creator, we're I'm being patient with this, and they're like, well, that's lack energy. And I'm like, wait, 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 what? Patience is lack energy? I don't get it. Please explain. And they're very gentle with me, and they'll be like, all right. So patience basically is saying, I don't have what I think I'm supposed to have right now, but I'm patiently waiting for it to finally arrive. And they're like, one, when we think I don't have something right now, that's lack energy. And if I feel it's not here when it was supposed to be here, that's also lack energy. And so as I focus in on being patient, I'm being patient, then that's actually drawing it out even further, because I'm pushing it away with lack energy. What solves all of it is true gratitude in this moment, that I'm grateful for what I have in my life right now, both in relationships and situations, things, whatever. Just focusing in on what is and being grateful for what is, knowing it's perfect for me in this moment, and that every future moment will be perfect. Um, and if I don't feel that way, then I'm going to experience lower vibration. And there's no right or wrong. We talk about this all the time. It's just good information to know. Going, oh, I didn't realize that. Now I can make a conscious choice to have lacking patience instead of gratitude for the moment and experience that, because there's no right or wrong, just different choices, different experiences. But I feel like that's just some awareness coming in, going, yeah, if I'm like, when is this going to happen? Then I'm not grateful for this moment. I'm locked into something that needs to happen, that I feel is lacking in my life, and it needs to happen. That's why I'm focused on it. If I'm grateful for what I have right now, then I'm not really when, energy. So hopefully that helps, Olivier. That's what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Butterfly A, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. There we go. And what Pisces C feelings are for you. So a Pisces named C, what their name begins with C. What are their current feelings for you? Okay. Because always remember, of course, someone's feelings toward us are felt and seen through their own experiences. We're a mirror, so a lot of what they're feeling toward us is a lot about how they feel about themselves. So just that up front before we look at your cards. Yeah, I feel like they're not really sure. I know, right? The Hanged Man, which is like a cocoon, they're hung upside down. It's like they're trying to see things from a different perspective. They're in that transformational energy. Even the Eight of Spikes is a transformational energy, because the Eight of Swords is about that they're letting go of old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve them anymore. And so both of these cards are about a change of mindset, seeing things differently, seeing things from a different perspective. And I feel like they're kind of in this, I don't know, they're in their head, which a Pisces, it depends on their moon sign too, but a Pisces overall is a water sign, of course. So they swim in the waters of the pond. There's a dark side and a sunny side of the that's why you'll see a black fish, white fish sometimes, or a dark and a light fish, with the two fishies that represent the Pisces, and they swim in these emotional waters. But something's got them in their head, trying to understand, trying to gain clarity of mind. So maybe they have like an air sign uh, moon, because that rules our emotional side and you know, how we see things. Or maybe their Venus also, because their Venus sign represents how they want to be loved and how they love. But I feel like they're trying to figure stuff out in their head. Um, and it's been changing, because I feel like they're seeing you in a different light than they did in the beginning. Not that they saw you in a bad light, they're just seeing you in a different light. And they're realizing you're kind of different than most people they've met before. And that's what's kind of curious and got them kind of thrown off. And they're like, whoa, whoa, wait a minute. I got to understand this. I would just normally just, oh, this is the type of person they are. And you're like, no, you're not. Who are you? You're a platypus. You're not a duck. You're not a beaver. You're not whatever, whatever else a platypus is, a combination. Like, you're different, um, and interesting and intriguing. And they're trying to understand how they feel. So I don't feel like they're in their heart. I feel like in their head trying to understand things more right now. So that's what they have for you, Butterfly. So many blessings to you. All right, Cat Goddess, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. You like to know what you could potentially expect with this 1010 portal around that time. Yeah, happy 1010 portal, everybody. 10 is all about endings and beginnings, right? So you can probably expect endings and beginnings. Let's see what comes in here. But around what? I know. Okay, no, they don't want those either. All right, let's see what we got here. Wow, you got 3 and 3. So 33, but you've got the 3 of pentacles and the 3 of cups. I feel like here, this is really just screaming to me about community, friendship groups. I feel like you're having some significant endings and beginning, some exiting of people that you might have considered your friend group before, and a creation of a new community friend group, a closer knit group here. And I feel like it's because you've changed and you're letting some old um relationships that energy just doesn't match anymore. It's like when you hang around with caterpillars when you're a caterpillar and then you transform to a butterfly, you just don't do caterpillar things anymore. You want to go do butterfly things. And so you find a group of butterflies that to hang around because you can fly together, not have to walk next to or flutter and wait for the caterpillars to catch up, flutter and wait for the caterpillars to catch up. And caterpillars love to eat leaves, and butterflies love to seek after nectar. So you've changed, and that's what's changing here is your friendship group. Um, so that's what's coming through this 1010 portal for you. Yay! All right, so that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right, and then we have just Janelle. Look at this 3, 11, 31. All these threes and ones for you, Janelle. And you want to know when will you meet your soulmate? All right, well, we're going to pull from these learning tarot. These have time frames on them. So, what can we know here based on current energies? When are you scheduled to meet your soulmate, meaning the one that you'll be with the rest of your life, right? Oh, you got the Sun card, Leo Sun energy coming in here. That is Leo season, which is July 23rd to August 22nd. So your soulmate looks like next year during Leo season. Based on your current energies, though, the whole thing about timing and meeting our soulmates, it's not like we've before we come down and we're like, okay, this person that I'm going to end up with the rest of my life, I'm going to meet them on this date at this time, uh, specific. That right there at that moment, it's you'll meet them the earliest here or the latest here, and it's all based on your energetic choices and their energetic choices. Um, if we do very little inner work, it's the latter. If we do inner work and we release mindsets that don't serve us anymore, emotions that don't serve us anymore, energy that doesn't serve us anymore, even things in our physical world that don't serve us anymore. Those things allow us to raise our love vibration because we don't have these anchors holding us back. And higher vibration, speedy, it comes in sooner. Now, if we're doing our inner work and they're not doing a whole lot, it doesn't mean it's going to be super, super soon, but we allow it to be earlier than it would have been if we're both not doing a whole lot of inner work. So all we can do, we can't control the other person. All we can do is I can magnetize myself more and more and more as I raise my self love and my own self worth. So doing that inner work will can have them come in sooner than that. But right now, checking on today's energy in this moment, that's what we're looking at for next year. So hopefully that makes sense, Janelle. That's what they have for you right now. I do feel like they are a Leo fire sign energy coming in. I like it. All right. And then Maria, what I'm going to do here, since I'm going to circle back around for your donation here in a moment, I'm going to do your free reading along with your other one, if that's cool. That way we can just kind of gather all that together. All right. So don't delay your um, donation reading for your free with your free reading. All right. So I just got a couple more here. I got one, two, just three more free readings, then we'll go to yours here in a sec. All right. So Happy Pill. I want spirit guide messages for you. Very good. Here is your timestamp. Can't do things at once. So, spirit guide messages. What do they want you to know right now? Okay. Do you have this one and this one? All right. Ooh, you got the Eight of Hearts and the Ten of Hearts. Wow. You are preparing for either a relationship or um, some sort of passion project for you to invest your emotions in, because the Eight of Hearts is like doing a emotional inventory where you're becoming aware of the relationships in your life where you give and you give and you give and get very little back. So you give 70, 80, 90% of all the love, emotional energy. It can be romantic, friends, family, whoever. It doesn't have to be, love. It can be love. But it's this emotional energy that you're pouring in, and they're only giving 10, 20, 30% back. And you're like, you know what? I'm ready to cut some of these off. I know that these are not healthy for me anymore. You get all that emotional energy back. And there might be some where you're like, well, I want to give them a chance. I'm going to back off. I'm only going to put in 50%. If they make up the difference, then the relationship won't drift away. If not, I'm going to let it drift away. And then when it drifts away, I get all that other 50% back too. But all of this also, doing all that fills up your emotional bank. And then also, any kind of emotional triggers that are popping up are also asking you to kind of look into those emotions, to transform those from charged emotions, to where you're allowing yourself to feel, you're getting to the bottom of them so that you don't have to use energy to keep them down. So, all that charging the emotion, all the energy that we're using to suppress and push emotion down, all that energy also fills back up our emotional bank. So you're building up this kind of debit debit card for your emotional spending to be able to spend it. And that's what's happening, because your heart won't allow you um allow someone or something to come into our life that's going to need emotions to not charge it, but yeah, kind of to fund it emotionally, because it's like we don't have the expense. Denied. But when we have this full emotional bank, then the heart's like, yeah, bring it on, kind of energy. So I feel like that's what's been going on for you right now. And that's what they want you to know. So there you go. Many blessings. All right. Emma's Chronicles, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. And you're very welcome. So, timing read on when CD and you will reconcile, and what would that look like? All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies, if we'll see what comes through here with us learning tarot, they do have timing on it. So, if reconciliation is in the cards, it will come through it, and then we'll look at that there. Okay. And then what would that look like? We'll pull a card from here if reconciliation does take place. All right. So, will it take place? Well, you kind of have a full card, an ending of an old cycle, a beginning of new adventure here coming in. The Four of Coins, Four of Pentacles energy. It doesn't feel like there's reconciliation here based on current energies, because this full card is about, it's an important for a cycle to end so that both me and the other person can let go of all the expectations of what a relationship is supposed to bring me. And because the full card is like brand spanking new, like a child before they get conditioned with all the expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be and blah, 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 right? And it's this free feeling from here. It's a freedom. It's the ending and it's a new beginning, a fresh start, not with a resurrection from something from the dead, but something new. And the Four of Pentacles is an energy of realizing that when I define my worth by relationships or situations or things, I feel unstable, and that all of my relationships are mirrors pointing me back to me. Once I find that this eternal unconditional love on the inside, and I define myself by that, that's when I feel stable and full. Then relationships in the outside world, they're above and beyond extra instead of feeling like they fall short and are lacking. But until I do that, I will still repeat the cycle. And that's what's coming in here is if you have been learning this and they don't, it's not going to end well. If they learn it and you don't, not going to end well. If neither of you do, you're just going to repeat the cycle, and which I feel like you're done with that cycle. You're like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to keep doing what I've always done and get what I've always gotten. I've got to go in a new way because I don't feel like they will have this awareness. And so it's like your soul is taking you onto, you know, a journey to be able to understand that what you're looking for is in here, not out there. That out there, it's just going to be unstable. It's going to be disappointing. It's going to keep on pointing you back to you until you see and connect to that higher love, that eternal unconditional love, and the self love that's here. As that rises, then you draw on someone that matches that energy instead. So I don't feel like right now the energy is that you guys will reconcile, because I feel like something has to change. You have to break a cycle. And if you keep going back and repeating the same thing, that's expecting something different. That's insanity, right? Doing the same thing, expecting a different result is what the definition of insanity is. And it's like, you know what? I feel like you're tired. I feel like your soul is like, I've had enough of that. I don't want to keep experiencing the same thing over and over again. I'm ready for something new. Um, and that's the energy of now. I mean, if they miraculously do the inner work, then you never know. Um, but I feel like the possibilities are very low of that, at least right now at this point in their life. So that's what I have coming in right now for you, Emma. So hang in there. Many blessings to you. You are very welcome. All right. And then Layla, you are up. Grab your time stamp here. All right. And you want to know S's feelings for Lena and our reunion. All right. What are their current feelings? Okay, they do want to this one and this one. All right. Well, it looks like their 10 of hearts, 10 of cups is joy and celebration. So it feels here that they're very happy about it. The 8 of pentacles, the 8 of coins here is about, putting in the effort and the blood, the sweat, the tears. It brings the fruit, that comes forward here. Um, so, it just feels like very joyful, but there's this energy, but I feel like there's work to do, like a good reunion, but and I'm very happy about the reunion, but I feel like they're feeling, not me, the S is feeling, but there's some stuff that needs to change, some stuff we all need to work on, um, things that need to be worked on in order for fruit and for this to grow. And I feel like that's what they're feeling like. There needs to be some effort put in, um, to have things to continue to grow. It, things can't stay the way they are. It's like a reunion, but it's like it can't just stay here. It needs to grow to a new level too. So hopefully that makes sense to your situation there, but it just feels like there needs to be transformation. I'm grateful, but it's almost like we can't keep doing the things the way we've always done it. We can't stay where we're at. We need to grow. People need to grow. So that is what they have there for you, Layla. So many blessings to you. All right. So that is it for the free readings. Hey, Aries Rising. We'll see once I got one donation and then their free reading to do. And then I should be able to scoot you in um as well. Um so I will. Is what I'm trying to say. All right. So all right, Maria P. Thank you for your donation. Let's give you your timestamp here. Maybe. And then this will be plus your free reading. We'll do all these together. So you just have one little session. All right. All right. And you're over here. I'm going, what am I looking for over there? So thank you for your donation via the PayPal. All right. So let's take a look here. So Wally's feelings and thoughts towards you today. So we got Z feelings and we have Z thoughts today. And then what about after the date? Feelings and thoughts. And then what's coming for you and Walter this month? Okay. This one. Updates on the dark side. Any movement? Okay, thank you for that. What made Wally fall in love with you? The love potion you snuck him. Hello. Jeff's thoughts towards you today and during your chats. Okay. So Wally's feelings before, very balanced, very much in their head here with the Justice card, trying to look at balance. So their emotions kind of were turned down and they were focused on thinking. Let's see what their thoughts were here. Yeah, Two of Swords, the battle going on between the head and the heart. The heart wanting things, the mind. The noodle is always the troublemaker, right? The one that's going, well, I don't know. Fears, things coming up, going on with that here. So there's a little bit of conflict in their mind and between their mind and their heart, trying to balance things out, trying to find out something that can make things more smoother. After your date, their feelings were Three of Pentacles, feeling more true to their authentic self emotionally. Um, and I like this uh, feeling of being true, like, um, what is this? How can I say this? Because it feels like I feel like I'm more myself now. Like my feelings are not my feelings. My feelings are I'm I feel like okay, I feel like I'm more myself. I got out of my head and I got into my heart and I feel like I'm more myself. I feel more grounded, if that makes sense. Their thoughts afterwards, yeah, the full card, letting expectations go. Um, And that makes sense. It's like my mind was 0 is in my heart. So they're out of their head and they're into their heart right now, which makes sense. It's like we said, they were in their head and not in their heart. And after your date, it was flipped. So I like that, at least for now. um, what's coming for you and Walter this month? You got the Eight of Hearts, letting go of emotions that don't serve anymore. So it does feel like, you're both kind of getting past some lower vibrational emotions. You guys probably have had some conflict lately, and I feel like you're both trying to let those old emotions go and get back into the higher vibration emotions, feeling joy and laughter and gratitude in that higher and feeling that togetherness and not the lower vibration. I feel like you guys are trying to flow and trying to let the emotions, the lower vibration emotions go. And I feel like that's both of you are trying to get past those. I feel like that's the important thing they want you to know about here. Any updates on the dark side? Any movement? Not yet. There's the planning. I got the Emperor energy and the Nine of Hearts, the Nine of Cups. They're still trying to determine what is the dream come true and how once I find out what that is, then I'll put a plan together and take action behind it. But I feel like they're still trying to figure out what that dream come true looks like because they had their ideas before they met you, and then they met you, and they kinda just paused everything because you were the wrench in the plans of their dream. Not that you ruined their dream or anything, it's just they're like, "Oh, I was thought this is like the dream I would head off for and what I wanna do." But now that you're in there, it's like, "Well, no, scratch that." Or, "Let me put that over there," because now I want to kind of determine how can you fit into this dream, and let me figure all that out. And so they're in that kind of thinking and getting into the soul searching. It's not something that you just change overnight, as it took a while for the heart to really, connect, to um, kind of put their dream on hold and go, wait a minute, maybe I do want something with you in it, um, like a forever kind of thing. But what does that look like? And is that possible? And oh, I got to think about all this. And they're trying to do all that in between everything else going on in their life. So interesting, right? What made Wally fall in love with you? Yeah, your conversations, the page of spikes, the page of swords, your way of looking at things, the way you guys can just talk and how your minds, the mental stimulation. Interesting, right? Yeah. I mean, because you can have good sex with anyone, not anyone. You can have good sex with a lot of people, or you can have emotions between people. But to have someone that you can have a great conversation with, that is not as easy, right? So the conversation, I love that. And then Jeff's thoughts towards you today. Yeah, Page of Hearts. So joy, heightened emotional energy. And during your chats, yeah, Ace of Spikes. They're wanting to seek clarity. They're wanting to talk more conversations. Um, I feel like they want to know what is possible, what's not, kind of energy as well. So interesting, right? Just a reminder, we get the Two of Pentacles a lot with them. You're not the only one they're talking with, um, but they are interested in finding out more about possibilities and gaining clarity on what you want and what you don't want, and um, you know that. So interesting. All right. So that, and let's get you your fortune cookie here too. See what else Spirit wants you to know just about your life. I feel like we're gonna do a general here for you. In fact, they're like, let's do that first, and then we'll give you your fortune cookie for everything. So a general for you. What I want you to know? All right, thank you. Boom, boom. Wow. Lover's card and the Nine of Cups. What do you want? What is your dream come true? Talking about Wally's energy, and he's trying to figure out what his dream come true is. What is your dream come true? How has everyone failed it in the past, including Wally? Obviously you're talking to someone else, so otherwise you wouldn't give anyone else the time of day. So where is the lacking? Where was it lacking before with Jeff, and other your exes and everyone else? What is the dream come true regarding relationship? Because I feel like that's such an important piece. Because once you write down everything about what you feel you are needing and wanting from a relationship, and then you identifying what you're not getting in the past, it's going to be a real revelation. Because once you do that and you realize what's lacking is your self love, because if a relationship with another human being feels lacking, it's because we're lacking on the inside. They are just a mirror for us, showing us how whatever we feel is lacking, we're lacking toward ourselves. And once we discover that, we can transform our other relationships too. Because once we find that, then we can fill up with our self love. Then we can have a fulfilling relationship with someone in the outside world because we're already fulfilled on the inside. Theirs is above and beyond extra. We can have a great, fulfilling relationship with someone because we don't feel empty because we're fulfilled from the within. Interesting, right? So that's what they have for you for your free reading, Maria. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings into. What does Spirit feel would be good for you to know right now? You got the tall poppy. Beautiful card. Poppy is a flower, right? Isn't it in the Wizard of Oz? Aren't the poppies what made him fall asleep when they were trying to get across it to the Wizard of Oz? Interesting. Okay. And so the tale of the tall poppy says that the poppy that rises highest in the field will be cut down. This card appears when someone is called to be visible in the world and soar to greater heights than before. Yet they may feel daunted by the size of the call and fear negative reactions, criticism, and envy from people around them. Shame is a tool used by the patriarchy to keep us captive. So refuse to feel ashamed. Refuse to take up less space. Refuse to be bound or dimmed. If you live in a way that attempts to appease everyone, your medicine will be wasted, your presence being a vital note in the great orchestra of life. Reach high and rise like the tallest poppy in the field, for this is your destiny. If fear or shame or confusion or grief come, do whatever you need to do to move through your body. Dance, sing, shake, scream, walk, run, talk to a trusted one. Don't let any part of your soul leave. Your light is needed here. Wow. And your inner temple activation says, I refuse to take up less space or dim my light in accordance with others' opinions. I allow the potency of my truth and my light to occupy each and every cell and take up the entire room unapologetically. I love that. So fierce you are. Snap, snap. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. Okay, I think that is all those. So Aries rising, we will finish up, and this will be my last reading for the session. And I'll be back tomorrow and Sunday morning from what am I? 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then tomorrow night too, from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. if you guys would like to join. All right. And you want to please have a love reading. Who, when will that special someone come into your life? All right. Well, we will pull here based on current energies. We'll pull from the Learning Tarot because that will tell us the who and the when on the card here. So based on current energies. Thank you. So you got a 7 of Cups. Interesting here. You've got here, this is October 24th to November 16th. So here is um, the next person coming into your life here, because the 7 of Cups is in, when I get that, it's like you have 7 people to choose from. And what I mean by that is, like, I don't feel like you have a fated, like, person, like, regardless of what path you choose in this life, you're gonna end up with this one person, this one specific person, at some point in your life, earlier or later, depending on that, right? I know what. And so this is, like, based on current energies. Like, if you go this route, you'd end up with this person. If you go this route, you end up with this person. If you go this route, you end up with this person. 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 So I feel like with the 7 of Cups, they're just saying that there are all of these. You have 7 different possibilities. Not that you're going to end up with 7 people. You just have a possibility of ending up with 7 different people, depending on the path you're taking. And um, I feel like the next special someone coming in is not one of them. And so the next special person coming in is a what we would call a stepping stone. Someone that is important to be in your life, um, but isn't the one of the 7 that you would end up with the rest of your life. It's just one of the people on the path that help you learn and grow and leave some old things behind that don't serve you anymore, that you don't want to bring into your long till the end of one of your lives relationships. This is someone that you grow through, and they grow through experiencing you as well. So, um, So yeah, boom, boom, boom. So tell us, since it's not one of them, they wanted to tell you all that. Let's see, what can we know here? We'll pull one more card for this individual. Yeah, the 3 of Coins, 3 of Pentacles. This is someone who is like a very creative person and more of an artist type of individual, because they're more creative. Poetry, artistry, that kind of expression. Um, Even though this is earth energy with the 3 of Coins, this is this energy of like, I don't know. It feels very emotional instead of, it's like maybe they're an earth sign, but they've got like a stellium in Scorpio, because I feel like they're very mysterious and very to themselves and very aloof kind of energy. I feel like you're going to meet him through a friends group with that 3 of Pentacles too. You're going to meet him through a friend of a friend. Well, they're going to be a friend of a friend that you meet. And it's good. You guys have, a good old 6 months together. You learn a lot. And I feel like you let go of a lot of your expectations of who someone has to be, because they're so odd and so different and so intriguing that it's like dating a unicorn. Um, and I wouldn't even call it dating. I feel like you guys hang out for 6 months because they're so um, abstract that you can't fit them into anything. It's like trying to pack something in a box that doesn't fit into any boxes. So, uh, so that's what I have to tell you right now. So hopefully that helps, Aries rising. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. So that's it for free readings tonight. No more free readings. I did have a donation come in. I will complete that one here. So thank you, Teresa. Let's grab that and put that up here. Whoops. Put you on the list here. So Teresa, 34411. Look at that. I know, interesting, right? Aries, you're like, "Hmm." So there you go, Teresa. You got all these repeating numbers. So thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like. So hey, so your daughter, which is 35, and her boyfriend, why does he act so crazy, like accusing her of everybody every day at something with this crazy ass? All right, let's find out what's going on here. Just need to take a quick sip here. Cheers. I got my water over here if I need it. Excuse me. All right. So let's see here, Teresa. What's going on with this situation here? So why does he act the way he does, right? Okay. Got that. Got that. Got that. And this underneath the surface. This underneath the surface. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. Well, at the bottom of the deck, we do have the 5 of Cups coming in here. You know, the 5 of Cups it's a sorrow card. It's a transformation of emotional card. It's a emotionally unstable card. But I don't feel like there's like an emotional, well, maybe there is an emotional instability. It can be. I'm not a licensed psychiatrist or medical professional. See disclaimer in the description box. But I do feel here that they tend towards the dark emotions. Like they grew up in a very, probably in a, not a high vibrational atmosphere, that they were taught focusing on the what's going wrong. There's a lot of insecurity there, of course, obviously. Um, but let's see here. Let's start with the 3 cards that are the underlying energy. What's below the surface? What is the root of all this, right? Yeah, the Ace of Coins, Ace of Pentacles. Yeah. This is they don't have a very high self-worth. They were very much beat down when they were younger, and so they don't think of themselves highly. Um, and so they define themselves a lot by other people. And so they're very afraid of your daughter's actions because, in their mind, your daughter's actions or non actions, their words or their silence, define who they are. That's why they try to control that because inside, I need to control who this person is, what they do, say, and act and don't act, because it reflects on my worth. And that's why they go into this fight or flight mode where their inner child feels unsafe and out of control. Because who can control your daughter? Who can control anyone outside of us? No one can. So we do feel out of control when we're trying to control other people, which causes us to go into fight or flight mode. Our intelligent, loving, compassionate side booted out, and we act like a 2-year old with its pet hissing cat. And that's why we act and react the way we do. Um, the Queen of Hearts. Now, this has to do with their mother when they were younger in the Two of Cups. Yeah. So the underlying energy here is they learned a lot of their behavior, this emotional instability, and even manipulation through bullying. Uh, and through emotional reaction, they learned that from their mother. They, um, the stages of manipulation that we learn as we're growing up, which is passed down from generation to generation, looks like this. One, you don't do what I want you to do. I'm sad. I'm down. I'm depressed because you didn't do what I wanted you to do. Because we were taught I'm responsible for everyone else's emotions. Thus, everyone else is responsible for me. And if I cry, I get what I want. Just like my mom cried and she got what she wanted. That's what he's saying, right? Um, and if that doesn't work, then I go into stage 2, which is bullying or anger. And that is if, I will yell, slam things around, even to the point of physical abuse. I feel like they had not extreme, but they had some of that. Um, More things being thrown, being hit with things, not like beat up, but just like fly swatter or throwing things or slapping them in the face, but not, extreme, but bad enough. And if that didn't work, then rejection, stage three. Well, then I'm giving you the cold shoulder. I'm walking out of the room. I'm locking you out of the house. I'm hanging up on you. They learn that from their mom, with all this energy here. That's the kind of relationship that is the foundation of what they grew up with. And that was their norm. Thus, they don't know any different. They think this is the way it all goes, right? Let's see what these three sets of two cards are. We got the Knight of Coins with the Nine of Coins. Yep. This is the slowest moving knight here with um, the Nine of Coins is like a independence and abundance energy. It's interesting here because the Nine of Coins is like the Nine of Pentacles, which is like the hermit card. And they have this belief too that it's only a matter of time before someone rejects me and goes away from me, right? Um, and they have that in their head that you're going to reject me, you're going to leave me for someone because they were rejected, they felt abandoned and left behind and out in the cold when they were younger. And so there's this energy that comes in here that they feel this, and that's why they want so much control. I need to be embedded in your life, or you're going to meet someone else, you're going to interested in someone else, and that's their fear. And because they fear it, they see it even if the proof isn't there. Their mind only whittles through the proof that they need, the suspicion that comes in, right? They also have the Ace of Spikes and the Hanged Man. I feel like they need therapy. You're like, no shit, right? But the Hangman is a transformation, a cocooning, and the Ace of Swords, Ace of Spikes. Both of these are about um, seeing things from a higher perspective, seeing things more clearly in transformation. And I feel that is necessary, you know, um, for them to be able to change, and they have to be able to see things differently. They have to get out of their, the way things originated. Yeah, they're the norm. They would have to transform those beliefs. And we have the King of Scepters, we have the King of Spikes, so King of Swords mentality, and the King of Fire, the King of Wands. So they do have this. I feel like their father probably left their mother when they were really young here, because they have this idea that a man with these kings needs to be the one in control and has to exert control. But I feel like that's what happened when they were younger. I feel like that they ended up divorcing, or he ended up going to prison or something. He ended up leaving. I feel like his father ended up leaving because he was so in control. Maybe that's where he saw some abuse too, because this energy feels very controlling. And the energy I'm picking up from him is from someone that would have had a very extreme, almost military household. Maybe his father was military or ex-military or police, because it feels very militant kind of influence that was there as well. Interesting. Um, okay, I'll do one quick follow-up question. Will they ever marry? And then I'll pull your fortune cookie and we'll see what's going on here. But now you understand where they're coming from and why they act the way they do. It's just a poor, It's like a little hurt inner child. When they're acting that way, it's because they have this little abused, hurt little boy that's acting out, trying to feel in control, trying to feel safe again because something triggered inside of them. Um, that makes them want to feel safe and in control again. So let's take a look here. Based on current energies, is there marriage in the future? All right, let's take a look here. Um, it doesn't feel like here. The Five of Swords here is too much conflict that leads with the Ace of Wands here. I feel like it leads to taking action and finding a new passion in their life. It doesn't feel like there's marriage in the cards right now with all of that. You're like, "Whoosh." But let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too from the inner temple. What else here? Okay. And we've got, oh wow, yeah, we've got inner winter and inner summer. Got the little conflicting energies, the opposites, right? Let me just find that here. Whoops, I think I went past it here. Yep. So inner winter is what came up, which is initiation, rebirth, renewal, rest, going underground, the fertile void, surrender, mystery, unknowing, death. The end is also the beginning, and union. Says the seasons are probably the most powerful teachers there are in great mystery school of nature. We can experience inner seasons too, and when we're aware of which season we find ourselves in, we'll be better placed to progress through it. Accepting the season we're moving into can also offer us medicine and guidance that will help us meet what comes. So we've got the inner winter journaling prompts are, how are you being called to slow down? So, how's your daughter being called to slow down? What new seeds is she being called to nurture? How is she being called to rest? And what does the wise part of her want her to know? Winter is an endings energy, which kind of answers the question about, um, will there be a um, a marriage or togetherness? It feels like it will. The season will come where it will end. Maybe it will be in winter coming up, December 20th through March 20th, right? Which it feels right because I feel like things are going to escalate to be too much conflict. Um, your daughter's patience, but even her patience can wear out. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. I will sneak one more free reading in, even though I said the session was going to end, but since there's just one, I will complete yours real quick. Here's Supriya. So 3:57:54, and here's your timestamp. But this is I'm hitting 4 hours, so I do need to go after this one. So any other readings, I will not be able to complete this evening. All right. So you want to know about the true intentions and feelings of Yogesh towards you. How is he truly intending this connection? All right, let's take a look here. Based on their current energies, let's take a look here. What are their true intentions? You're very welcome. And then how is he truly intending? Okay, we'll grab those two. So, what are their true intentions and feelings? So, their intentions here, Six of Pentacles energy. This is like more of a giving and receiving energy. It's kind of like a codependent energy, to be quite honest, what's coming through. It's like a lot of their intentions is what can I get from you energy. Their true feelings here, yeah, it's more, they got this conflicting energy of the Five of Swords and the King of Wands here. It's the King of Wands energy is more along passion, more along energetic and physical attraction energy here. And this 5 of spikes, I mean, they're conflicted in doing this. It's like they feel guilty about it, but um a, let me put it this way, a piece of them feels guilty about it, but another piece of them is like, no, that's what I deserve. I deserve to receive. And so I feel like that's more passion. I don't feel like they're looking for like a long-term relationship or like a lot of dating and stuff. I just feel like they're looking for fun and action and motion, not emotion, but motion and action and that type of energy here. If you're not looking for something like, if you're looking for someone just for some fun, then, enjoy them for what they're able to give. But this doesn't feel like someone that wants to like be emotionally connected and want to be together for, dating or long-term relationship leading to anything. Feels like they're more kind of zeroed in on fun, 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 and, you know, whatever unfolds after that. But I don't feel like they have intentions of relationship. I feel like they're in adventure mode. They just want to have fun. So that's what's coming in, Supriya. I know. We're gonna say
This is my last word. No!
to them. All right. So hang in there, my dear. You deserve more than that. All right, everybody. Yeah. Yeah. They do. They have like, and I can see why you might get mixed messages from them too, because they're going, "Oh, this is what I want." You're like, but you're not acting like it. You know, it's like your words aren't matching your actions, and you kind of feel like you're double minded and going back and forth, and it's like, yeah. So just kind of step back, and I think you'll see it once it's resonating, like you said, right? And so you're like, oh, okay, that's all right. Sometimes people think with that brain instead of this brain, and you deserve someone who thinks with this one. All right. So that's what we have, everybody. Oh, don't forget, we do have a new podcast. My first podcast episode is out. I'm working on the second one. Probably be out next week. If everything continues on here. So we got that free podcast where we talk about life. It's called The Easier Path, and the first adventure episode is called Not So Easy. We talk about what makes life feel not so easy. And then we also, in celebration of the birth of this, we have a drawing coming up here on October 21st. If you want to know how to get into it, check out that video. I also have some specials on my 15 and 30-minute personal recorded readings through the end of October. So if you're interested, all this information's in the description box of the video if you want to check it out as well. But I like to make sure you guys know the free things that are out there, like my podcast. We have a giveaway and any specials, so that you're in the know. All right, everybody. Well, my buns are sufficiently asleep, so I'm gonna go up and walk around for a little bit after 4 hours. And I'm so grateful. Thank you guys again for all the thumbs up, for all your love, all your support, your thirst for hearing from spirit. And remember, as you're going on your adventure every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you too. So, till I see you again, much love. You guys hang in there, have some fun. Why are we being so serious? This is a playground. Let's go play, right? All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.